for her. Fortunately, Partners in Care was able to help us with that while we were waiting for a TAR to be approved for her to be provided with the amount of Ensure that she would need daily to help maintain her weight.
How has our program impacted your life and your mom's life?
Well, it has really impacted our life greatly. As I mentioned, the Ensure was provided by Partners in Care until a TAR was approved, and it took quite some time. They helped me with other things in terms of incontinence supplies, things that our budget doesn't allow for me to be able to have, extra to provide for my mom. So it's been a great help to us.
Had we not been there, how would that have impacted your life? What would have happened?
I hate to think what would have happened. I would not have been able to be a full-time caregiver to my mom if it were not for Partners in Care. I would have, financially we're pretty stressed, even still, but there are things that I think my mom would have probably ended up in a convalescent home, mainly because she is beyond the point of being in a board and care home, residential living facility, or assisted living. So I think I would have had to look in terms of a convalescent home, and that would have really broke my heart. It's a joy to have her with me. It's a lot of work, but it's a joy to have her with me. It's very gratifying.
So we have provided you with respite care. How has that been helpful to you?
That has provided me time to be able to get some much needed time to, I call it me time for myself. That has been provided thanks to Partners in Care.
Has our program helped you manage your mom and help you keep your mom at home?
Absolutely. It gives me that break to kind of be able to revive my energy so that I can continue on with her daily and provide the best care that I'm able to provide to her. And I think she knows that too.
Yeah,
and
I'm
enjoys
sure.
it.
I'm sure she feels it.
I think so.
That was wonderful testimony to the services you're providing people. I was struck by her admission that things can get out of hand so quickly. A diagnosis and an illness can progress so quickly that you don't know what comes next. And by having professionals around you who are already experienced, they can kind of prepare you for those next steps. And that's got to be incredibly satisfying to be able to say to the family, now look, we've got this covered now, but this is what's coming.
Definitely, I totally agree. Just to help them out with whatever needs they may have, just to keep their loved ones at home. In this case, was the mom to keep her mother at home, and just to see the smile on her face that we were there to help her out with the needs that she needs. She has to keep her at home, and overall, I think it's been a great experience for her to be part of our program, and it's just, we get so satisfied to see such wonderful outcomes when we are able to be there to help them out and to keep them at home in such as this case.
Right. Well, Anwar, it happens in families that somebody ends up being the person that provides the in-home care. Are you able to give counseling to other family members to help them understand what the primary caregiver is going through and what their contribution maybe should be? So that
Sure. We provide counseling through a licensed clinician. We also provide various other types of resources. It's important for all viewers to know that this is a state-funded program, and it's available throughout the state of California. And it's also important to point out that we have a collaborative of vendors and agencies that help us do our job. So we have other organizations that help us manage this case. And by the way, all this is very, very confidential. Confidentiality is our number one goal here.
Well, we need to talk more about this, but it's time to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll continue our discussion on how to assist vulnerable older adults to avoid having to leave their own homes. Please stay tuned. We'll be right back with more of Aging in LA.
The biggest blessing in life is to realize your personal power. So many of us wonder, why are we living? Well, that's why we're living, to help others. Community work brings families closer together. When we help each other, we all get healthier. Doing good for others, doing positive action always comes back around and enriches your life. It's the biggest gift you could ever give yourself. Doing good is good for all of us. Please join us in volunteering.
Improve your health by helping others. Visit iparticipate.org.
Before approaching an intersection, so that's why 2 wrong turns don't make a right turn. Now let's learn about tailgating.
Hey, that's how I got my ticket.
You got a ticket for tailgating?
That's not good. That can be really annoying.
Doesn't get you there any faster.
It leaves you no distance to brake.
Which makes it easier to get into a crash.
And it also may increase your insurance premium.
And I hate tailgaters.
Tailgating causes crashes. Back off. Watch the road.
Welcome back to Aging in L.A. Our topic today, life is better at home. Our guests are from Partners in Care Foundation. Esther M. Sefelian is Supervisor, Care Managers, and Anwar Zuwahed is Vice President of Direct Services at the Foundation. Thank you both again for joining us. This is really a good discussion because the idea that you have identified best practices for keeping people in their home is so important because most people would prefer it. Can you tell me a little bit about how you can apply the best notions that you've uncovered to a real-life situation?
Definitely. It is known that aging at home is preferred more often, obviously, than being institutionalized.
Sure.
And, it could be the simplest thing, the simplest modifications at the house, such as adding a handheld shower hose to a system, taking showers easily, or a grab bar, or carpet tape to secure the rugs down so they don't fall. The simplest things could help the clients and individuals, our elders, seniors, stay at home and be comfortable and safe at home. And that's the goal, is to keep them as comfortable and as secure and to prevent any falls. That's our motto, just to help them out.
I understand. Now, Anwar, you mentioned something while we were in the break about how fearful some seniors can be about having strangers in their home or signing a contract, somebody's going to take my house. How do you help reassure a senior that these services are not going to end up taking them to bankruptcy court?
Exactly. These services are at no cost. They are their benefit that they've earned and are entitled to. It's a state program. We are a nonprofit agency, and there is no contract to sign. You simply sign the care plan agreeing that this is the service you want us to provide. Each client has an individualized, personalized care plan, and based on the agreement with the family and the client and the care managers and of course the supervisor, we all come up with a care plan, and once the client signs, we're able to provide them this needed service.
Now, what about follow-up? I mean, elderly people's needs do change. Is that part of what you do by managing or supervising, rather, the case managers?
Well, all the care managers actually make monthly contacts to their clients. And every 3 months, they go out to visit the client. And every 6 months, we have the alternate discipline, which meant, like, if the primary care manager is a social worker, the nurse will go out to see the client and assess what they believe might have been changes and how to assist the client even further. And every year, we have a reassessment. Is when we go out there and assess the entire atmosphere, safety, ambulatory equipment usage, medications, emergency response services, just assess the whole situation, the health conditions diagnosis of the client. If they have changed severely, how we could assist to keep them further from being institutionalized.
Right. You know, I noticed in the piece that we saw with Miss Antoine that she actually had a hoist to help move her mother around. Now, how would you even know that such a thing exists?
Well, that's why we're here for.
Right.
You know, we work really, really close with their primary doctors and their physicians in order to come up and fulfill their care plan needs. Our nurses and our social workers are very well trained to be able to identify any medical needs, any safety needs, or anything that they need basically to make sure that they're independent and living at home with dignity. And that includes working with their primary physician and getting the prescriptions needed to install these safety devices or hoisters in their house.
Well, a lot of people aren't aware that you actually do need a prescription to get things like a wheelchair or whatever. But that the hoist, I was just thinking the many times that it's physical. You pick this person up to move them into the shower because you
We
don't.
do help with that.
Well, and
we do help
that's
with all
important.
the process, even to get a prescription from the doctor.
Mm-hmm.
Our care managers will contact the doctor and say, we realize that so-and-so needs a Hoiler lift or to assist them, or needs a cane, or whatever the needs might be. And our care managers do make contacts with the doctor's offices to get a prescription. And we do have vendors who we send the prescription out to, and immediately they know the process and how company works. We'll send out the needed items to the client.
Right. I know I have seen too often where the husband ends up trying to take care of his wife and he's not very good at it.
Right.
And needs a lot of counseling to come to understand this is not a failing. You are not failing your wife in your marital vows. This is a hard job for anyone.
It absolutely is, and we provide counseling and education on how to be a proper caregiver. And we work closely with the City of Los Angeles and their family caregiver outreach support groups, and ask the expert events through our family care partnership program, also at Partners in Care, that would help all caregivers be educated and provide them the knowledge and support that they need.
Right. Now, it's very important. If this has piqued your interest, we're going to, again, put the telephone numbers up for you to be able to call Partners in Care Foundation, so you'll have a point of contact. It's a challenge, and we read them off again for you. Area code 818-837-3775. or 213-738-8320. And the website is www.picf.org. And of course, you can call the Department of Aging and we'll get you this contact information. So, Esther, do you think that the population of growing numbers of seniors is going to get used to calling on you and other providers? Do you think it's going to be part of their new reality?
Oh, I think so, especially with the baby boomers retiring.
Yes.
They're used to, more of them are used to living at home and living independently, I should say, than living at home.
Yeah.
And they are going to get used to being on their own more than the current generation. And they are going to rely on little programs like ours to assist them with whatever needs they may have.
Anna, that's interesting. Is there an educational outreach for the people who are potential clients? Are you actively telling people, look, we exist and you're going to need us one day?
At Partners in Care Foundation, we have various in-services that we do through the City of Los Angeles community to make sure that they're aware of the services that we provide, whether it be caregiver services, multi-purpose senior service programs, adult day programs.
I wish we had more time, but that's all the time we have for today's edition of Aging in L.A. I want to give special thanks to our guests from Partners in Care Foundation, Esther M. Safelian and Anwar Zawahed. Thanks to both of you for joining us today. Thank you, bet. Now, it's time for today's Senior Stat Shot. Did you know that more than 10 million older adults require assistance with daily living activities, such as eating, dressing, and personal care? 1/3 of older adult Americans rely on Social Security as their main source of income. Simple home modifications, such as adding grab bars and handrails, could help many seniors avoid moving from their home. 96% of seniors wish to remain independent in their own homes instead of moving in with family members. Increased provision of in-home services to assist independence in the home is causing an increased vacancy rate of up to 30% at some assisted living and nursing home facilities. 15% of late mortgage payments in the older adult population are due to increased medical costs. And services to assist older adults to remain at home include home health care, homemaking services, nutrition programs, home safety and repair services, which are available through the Department of Aging. Call 1-800-510-2020 for details. That's 1-800-510-2020 for details. And that's today's Senior Stat Shot. The Department of Aging produces this program with CityView, Channel 35, so that seniors living in Los Angeles and surrounding communities are well informed on the many issues that face them in everyday life. And also to let you know of the many services that the Department of Aging offers our senior citizens. Now, we'd like to hear from you with comments on the program, what you like, what you think can be improved, and hear your ideas for future programs. So please give us a call. Number's right there on your screen, area code 213-252-4088. That's 213-252-4088. Call us with your comments and ideas. We look forward to hearing from you. I'm Paul Peterson for the Los Angeles Department of Aging, the people here at CityView Channel 35, and all of our guests on Aging in LA. Thank you so much for watching. We'll see you the next time.
I'll be home in a minute.
Well, the party's just getting started, so hurry home, honey.
Talk to you later.
Yes, good job.
Slow down. Your family is waiting for you. Watch the road.
Hey, we're from Venice High. You're watching LA City View 35. Our city, our channel.
We're watching TV now. LA City View 35.
Hahn, Mr. Weezer, Mr. Krikorian, Mr. Labange, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, Mr. Smith, and Mr. Wesson. Please join us as soon as possible. We'll go live on television shortly to announce who is here and who is late. And thank you to the members of the public who are here on time. And we will begin as shortly when we have 10 members. Thank you very much. Good morning, Los Angeles, and welcome to the City Council meeting for Wednesday, December 15th, 2010. We are here in the John Farrow Council Chambers, room 340, where we meet every Tuesday, Wednesday, and Friday at 10 a.m. I want to thank those council members who are here on time. Council members Alarcon, Cardenas, Weezer, Koretz, and Zine. That gives us 6 members of our 15-member body. We also have Mr. Labange as well, so we are up to 7. We are waiting the following late council members. Council members Koretz and Parks are excused to arrive late. That leaves council members Hahn, Krikorian, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, and Wesson. Thank you, Mr. Krikorian. And Mr. Koretz is here even though he was excused to arrive late, so that's a bonus. Thank you, Mr. Koretz. We are at 8 members. Now we're at 9 with Mr. Smith. As soon as we have one more member, we will begin. I want to let everyone know that we are broadcast live on Channel 35 throughout our city's cable system and rebroadcast in the evening. We're available in person here or in Van Nuys and San Pedro City Halls. We're also available through the internet at lacity.org, and we archive all past footage of our earlier council meetings. And we also are available through your telephone at 213-621-CITY. That's 213-621-CITY, and you can listen into our committee meetings as well. We do have a full agenda today. Friday will be our last meeting before the recess. Council offices will, of course, stay open. It's just council meetings that will not be held for a 2-week period. But except for the holiday, of course, we'll be closed on New Year's and for Christmas. We are waiting, once again, Ms. Hahn and Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Wesson. In the meantime, if folks would like to be heard for any of the items that are on the agenda today or for general public comment, we have cards here or in our Van Nuys and San Pedro City Halls. Feel free to fill out some speaker cards, and we'll make sure to get you in the mix. All items will receive a public hearing either in committee or here in council. So any items that have already had a hearing in committee, council member needs to reopen the hearing to hear a second hearing here. But otherwise, for items that have not yet had a public hearing, your card will automatically trigger that public hearing. So again, thank you for your patience while we wait those late council members, Ms. Hahn, Ms. Perry, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Wesson. We will begin shortly as soon as they are here in chambers. Mr. Labange, do you want to say something?
I just wanted to say good morning, Mr. Garcetti. Thank you, and I hope all is well with you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Labange. It is, and appreciate the good wishes. Hope it is with you as well. We will begin shortly. Wesson. We are awaiting your presence here to begin our meeting. If you'll please come down immediately, and if the sergeants at arms can please inquire to their whereabouts. Thank you. Mr. Reyes, we have 10 members. If Mr. Clerk would please call the roll, we'll bring this meeting to order.
Alarcon, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti. 10 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Okay. First order of business, please.
Approval of the minutes.
All right. Mr. Krikorian moves and Mr. Weezer seconds. Without objection, those minutes will be approved. Next order of business.
Commendatory resolutions for approval.
Mr. Reyes moves those commendatory resolutions, seconded by Mr. Cardenas. Without objection, those will be approved as well. We can please run through today's agenda.
Very good. Item 1 is the mayor's veto message. 10 votes are required to override.
Okay, let's call that special. Next item.
Items 2 through 19 are items noticed for a public hearing. Item 18 is a PCN in Council District 3. Findings and council recommendations are required for that matter.
Oh, it needs a recommendation. All right, we'll call that special for Mr. Zahn. Absolutely. We are still awaiting 12 members. Ms. Hahn and Ms. Perry, Mr. Rosendahl, and Mr. Wesson are required here, still in session, for us to be able to take up the ordinances on first reading. Those are items 2 through 10. Until those council members arrive, let's go ahead and hold them on the table. Are there specials, colleagues, 11 through 19? 11 through 19. Seeing none, 11 through 19 once, twice. Let's go ahead and take the balance. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 20 through 33 are items for which public hearings have been held. There is a request to continue item 24 to Friday, December 17, 2010.
Is there any objection to that continuation of item number 24 till the 17th of December? Seeing none, we'll continue that.
Mr. President, pardon me. Committee reports for the following items have been submitted and distributed to council. Those would be 21, 25, 27, and 28. A committee report for item 23 has been submitted and distributed to council. However, for item 23, a public hearing was not satisfied.
Okay. Do we have cards from the public on 23? Do not see that. Okay. But we'll call 22 and 23 special for Mr. Parks. And let's hold the commissioner on the desk as well. Item number 20. And 21 as an ordinance until we have 12 members as well. Mr. Koretz.
Yes, as a courtesy, I'd like to allow one or two people that are here on item 27 to testify.
Okay. I'm going to reopen so we'll call that special for you for reopening the hearing on 27. Mr. Koretz. Are there specials? If not, let's take up the balance. And please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 34 through 50 are items for which public hearings have not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
Well, without objection, we'll consider those. We will hold 34 as an ordinance until we have 12 members, and Mr. Parks wanted 37 and 43 to be called special. Mr. Cardenas?
49 special, please.
49 for Mr. Cardenas. Do we have cards on any of these?
Yes, sir, we do. We have cards on 38.
38, we'll call that special.
And 39.
And 39. There's been a recommendation to receive and file 39, but we do have a card on that. Other specials? Any members? We have Ms. Perry here now.
Mr. President, as a matter of clarification, item 38 should reflect an extension of 2 months rather than the 4 months noted on the agenda.
Okay, we'll correct that. That's a 2-month extension on item 38, not 4 months. We do have 12 members with Ms. Perry now, so let's go ahead. We can add 34 back to the consent on that. Ms. Perry?
Receive and file number 46, please.
46, move to receive and file.
Yes.
Without objection. So let's go ahead on the balance now. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. I had a note here, Mr. Clerk, about a continuation for item 48 till the 5th of January. Did we just approve that?
Yes, sir. We should continue item 48 to January 5.
Let's go ahead and reconsider that, please. Please open the roll on reconsideration for 48. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
And without objection, folks, will continue 48 until the 5th of January 2011. Since we have 12 members, let's look at items 2 through 10 now. If we can please take those together. And item 21 as well. Okay, let's go ahead and open the roll on those. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
12 ayes.
Those are approved. Next items, please.
Mr. President, items 51 through 56 are items scheduled for closed session. Would you like to hold those on the desk?
We can take 51 through 54 in open session. I'd like to refer 55 back to Budget and Finance and ITGA committees without objection. So we'll hold 56 on the desk for closed session. If we can walk through 51, 52, 53, and 54, please.
Very good. Item 51, there is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $142,897.50 in the case entitled Samuel Booker versus City of Los Angeles. Item 52, there is a recommendation for settlement in the amount of $850,000 in the case entitled City of Los Angeles versus Unified Parking Service, Inc. Item 53, there is a recommendation for settlement through a stipulated award at 72% in the amount of $125,617.50 plus a life pension of approximately $61,093.68 in the case entitled John Coda versus City of Los Angeles. And item 54, there is a recommendation for settlement through a stipulated award at 80% permanent disability in the amount of $118,795 plus a life pension with an actuarial value estimated at $54,271.62 in the case.
All right, let's go ahead and vote on 51 through 54. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
13 ayes.
That is approved. Mr. City Attorney?
Just for clarification, 52, the city is receiving that settlement.
Thank you for that clarification before somebody cut a check the wrong direction. Let's go now to our general public comment. Noel Weiss is our first speaker. He'll be followed by Arnold Sachs. Mr. Weiss?
Yes.
You're on.
Thank you. Gosh,
Thank you, and good morning. If I can ask folks to please
all this noise,
bring their conversations to a minimum. Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
Amazing. You're welcome. Thank you, Council. Good morning. I think one of the downsides, I think, of the action undertaken by what I would call the phony populist Obama is that there's going to be now more pressure as a result of what the Congress is going to do on this city, because the next thing the Congress is going to talk about is, boy, nobody's listening. Nobody is listening. Everybody, thank you, Mr. LeBlanc. I'm going to talk to you. Thank you very much. Now, what we're talking about is the financial pressure on the city, because the Congress is going to now say we can't do anything more to 8 cities, 8 states, because it's going to cut the deficit. Now, Mr. Wesson can talk all he wants about the fact that, well, we have to bake the cake, we have to make sure that there's compromise on both sides, but the problem is there's a thin line between compromise and capitulation. Now, going forward, what this council needs to do, because there's some tough decisions that you have to make, you have to really get in your hearts and minds and souls the idea of openness and transparency. That means, and what I propose to be done or to be considered, is all matters within committee. All matters within committee that cannot and should not stay within a committee more than 6 months. That is simply the way, I think, to take power, give it to the people a little bit more away from the committee chairman. Now, those people may say, well, that's going to decrease the power. However, power, I think, like love, is increased the more you give. It's very important going forward. Seriously, there's some tough decisions that have to be made. The moral authority of the council is at stake. Your moral authority. I mean, your legal. Most of you have, are here not because you've been elected by a majority of the registered voters, but maybe 8-9% max. That means your moral authority is at stake. Hope springs eternal. I think I would advocate very strongly going forward. I mean, I got to tell you, and the people listening have to see this. Nobody is listening to public comment, and the fact that nobody is listening.
We are,
and you know
sir.
what? No. Seriously, it's not right, Mr. President. You have the public here, and it's really important for the council members. Half of the time you don't listen to each other, but I think
Thank you, Mr. Weiss.
you are trustees. We are the beneficiaries. This is a public trust. You're paid a lot of money. At a minimum, it's really important for you people to sit and listen to the public, and when you don't do it, it's not right.
Thank you. And many of us were listening. Thank you for your comments, Mr. Weiss. Arnold Sachs is next. After Mr. Sachs is going to be John Walsh.
Yes, it does.
Good morning, Mr. Sachs.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. Arnold Sachs. Sorry I missed yesterday's meeting. I was over at the County Board of Supervisors. That was just a joy fest. They were talking about project labor agreements. And one of the things I brought up when they were discussing that was the fact that when it was approved by one of the committees, it was estimated that it would cost $900,000 for the oversight to make sure the contracts were, the standards were kept. So where's that $900,000 coming from? Because the Board of Supervisors ended up having a pretty lively discussion regarding the cost for their project labor agreement startups. I'm sorry I missed the debate on the red light cameras yesterday, sort of. I really enjoyed reading in today's Daily Breeze how you decided to go forward with the red light cameras. You chastised the courts for not taking more action on the tickets. But with all the advocates you have up in the state legislature, how come you didn't go after that? Because when this was on the agenda a few months ago, and you discussed it, it came out that the reason they don't go after the scofflaws is because there's no signature on the tickets, no promise to appear, which means it doesn't go to warrant, which means it doesn't go to DMV. Mr. Smith will correct that because he's over there shaking his head, and I know he's just chock full of true information. Again, that's what came out from the DMV. So why don't you go to the legislation and say, or find out how other cities handle the situation? Because according to what it said in the newspaper, it's going to a collection agency. Collection agency gets paid first. The city gets moved down to list of 3.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs. John Walsh is our next speaker, to be followed by Walter Bechtel. Good morning, Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. John Walsh, blogging at Hollywood Highlands, HIGHLANDS.org. You know, when the LA Times sounds like John Walsh, the village psycho, there's something definitely wrong in the city. Preening self-indulgence about the mayor. You know, go back 5.5 years when he was inaugurated here. I was quoted in the LA Times story by Richard Fawcett. I was his only, out of 10 million people in this county, his only critic. Now I am trampled by his critics. Now I am considered a middle-of-the-road critic. The mayor, and incidentally, why? I've been 25 years a member of the teachers union. Now let me tell you why he attacked the teachers union. Because one of these anonymous people who dumped on him was Duffy. When he found out that Duffy was talking to the LA Times, he hates all teachers. And let me tell you why this is in here. Because the city father of all city fathers, the man who controls the city, let loose the dogs at the LA Times. And his name is Eli Broad. So what does Antonio do? He plays a Hail Mary pass to Bloomberg in New York because he thought Bloomberg would make him, on the third-party ticket, his vice president. You know, you don't see any of this in the papers, but it's true. If you read the Zurich newspapers during World War II, you knew everything that was happening in Nazi Germany. But if you read the Berlin papers in German, there was nothing. HollywoodHighlands.org for the truth. HollywoodHighlands.org for the truth. HollywoodHighlands.org for the truth.
Thank you. Walter Bechtel is our next speaker. After that, we'll go to Van Nuys, and Rick Nightingale will be our next speaker.
Good morning. I didn't really want to say anything, but I wanted to apologize to Mr. Ryan Reynolds if anything I had said in concern about his former fiancée, and I just wanted to say something because I know it got through the pipeline. I objected to her unannounced marriage back on my birthday this year, of all dates, and I don't know if that had any effect on his marriage, and I certainly want to apologize because he didn't tell her, his wife, the reason why he never married Miss A&M, who didn't announce the marriage, because she knows if she'd announced the marriage this time, I'd have filed another complaint, and the same thing would probably happen. But unfortunately for Mr. Treadway, because they didn't announce the marriage, you're going to have to find out after the fact the reason why Miss A&M never got married to some 20 or 30 men before him. So, again, I just wanted to say, I'm sorry, Mr. Reynolds. If you want any of the information, or if your wife that you're still married to wants any information, I have that, and I think the City Council can direct you here to any emails or any addresses I have that you might need for your problem and for your divorce that you announced yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bechtel. Rick Nightingale is next in Van Nuys. After that will be Ankur Patel, also in Van Nuys. Good morning.
Yesterday, my little talk was regarding this construction and having so many apprentices and unqualified people to be working that you turn around and that's 30% of the people and apprentices, and that means another 30% of them will turn around and have to guard these people to watch what they're doing in the construction site. But what I really want, I said, what do you people do for the average citizen in L.A.? I mean, every time I come here, I've been coming here for a few years, and I realize they have to be taken care of, but is it the poor? Everything's the poor, the poor, the poor. We have to take care. It's like you're the mother and you bring all the hens in, and hell with the rest of them. Like, you fend for yourself. We'll take what we can take from them, but we're going to guard this part of the hen house. Well, it ain't working. I hate to see people laid off and so forth, but everybody keeps saying we're cutting back, but I don't hear about nowhere you're cutting back. It's you just keep adding on to the pile and grabbing more hens, little chicks, and taking them into a corner. And where's it going to stop? I mean, you're taking this vote today on the DWP, and that worries me. Because that means it gives you more power. Then I disagree that you turn around and get like $70 million from DWP that I think it should be taken off my bill and everybody else's bill. What gives you the right to go into DWP and rob the piggy bank? Because you can't budget your money. You have no right to do that. And that worries me that you turn around and you're going to have the power, if you get that voted on, that you're going to have the power to rob the big piggy bank. It's the bank. It's the big one. It just worries me. You people just worry me all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nightingale. Ankur Patel is our next speaker. After that will be Sarah Armstrong here in Council Chambers.
Thank you. I've praised the diversity of the City Council before, but there are no Chinese people, there are no Korean people, there are no Vietnamese people, there are no Thai people. I don't think there are any Australians. There's no Indian people, there's no Pakistani people, there's no Muslim people. I don't know if anybody's actually from South America. You can correct me afterwards. There are no young people. There are no young people on the City Council. And I was actually thinking about running for City Council. As a young person, I thought it would be something interesting to work on. And people told me you need experience. I don't have any of the same experiences as you do. What experiences are those? What experiences have you had in back rooms with other corrupt politicians, with other businessmen who would go to war over oil, with other billionaires and millionaires? What experience do you have riding the bus? I ran for the bus today in the rain. I taught kids. Some of you have some worthwhile experience, I agree. But most of your experience is exactly what I just mentioned. Backroom dealing, backroom deals with corrupt and ineffectual, evil people who would kill, rob, and murder for a few dollars. Not a few dollars. A few dollars has different meaning to different people. A few dollars for the people you deal with, Eli Broad and whoever else. A few dollars for them is millions and billions. A few dollars for me is bus fare. There is a right side, and there is a wrong side. And the City Council, men, members, women, on the wrong side will lose their council seats.
Thank you, Mr. Patel. Sarah Armstrong is our next speaker. Good morning.
Good morning. Sarah Armstrong, founding member of the working group. In this time of general comment, I would just like to thank the council for sticking with the medical marijuana problems. I know that each time you act, it seems like it just brings more work and trouble. But those of us in the working group and those of us who are the pre-ICO stand with you and hope to help you as much as we can. We have on the working group some of the most experienced female operators in the city, Yami Bolanos, as well as Joanna LaForce, who stand with the City Council and ready to educate you in any way that you need, particularly about dispensary operations and how in the practical world we maintain security and safety for our patients in spite of the fact that there is a great deal of lawlessness all around us, including people who would pose as caretakers for the sick and dying when in fact they are profiteering. I just want, as we close out the session, to thank you from the bottom of my heart again. I know that you've expended a lot of political capital, and I hope when we get to item 69, you will listen carefully to what one of our leaders, Yami Bolanos, has to say to you about what's been going on, and that you call on us anytime you have a question or a concern. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Armstrong. Thank you for your work on the issue as well. That will close our general public comment. If we can take the first item called special.
Mr. President, that would take us back to item number 1, the mayor's veto message.
Okay, colleagues, this is item number 1. The mayor's veto message is before us again. Anybody wishing to be heard on this? Ms. Perry? Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. President. As a council, we have been down the long road on matters related to the Department of Water and Power. We all know what position the city faced with the energy cost adjustment factor and rate increases. We also know how difficult it has been for the council to get information, that we needed to evaluate what the department was doing. We actually needed to get an outside third party to evaluate the Department of Water and Power. We all know the politics. We also all know that our future will include making serious decisions having to do with renewable energy. We know as a matter of public record that in the Integrated Resources Plan, the Department of Water and Power is likely to ask this council to increase rates on an annual basis from 5 to 8% for the first 5 years. That is a matter of public record already. And an average increase of 3 to 4% per year over the next 20 years to meet the requirements of Assembly Bill 32 and to achieve 33% renewable energy use by 2020. We also know that water rate increases are likely as well. We know it is a department that has functioned without a permanent general manager with the kind of experience the department needs to move forward and operate in the best interest of its stakeholders, the public. We also know that the council has a significant responsibility to ensure that the people we represent have competent leadership and a fully informed and independent board of commissioners. So today we can all move forward, eyes wide open or eyes wide shut. Now, I have asked in the past, don't expect to prevail today, but I have asked in the past and continue to ask for all of you to cast your vote in favor of placing the matter of governance before the voters on charter change. And while I don't want to prejudge, I don't know that we will achieve that goal today. But I do believe that it is needed for us to represent the best interests of our constituents, and that we cannot have that without a seat at the table with the Department of Water and Power. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I would just like to remind ourselves and the public, and I'd like to thank the public who came to all of those, or most of those, or came to the meetings that were handled throughout the city, a joint hearing that was held in 5 or 6 parts of the city to talk about these very issues, including this issue, which has to do with transparency, accountability, and I think it's important for us to be consistent and actually go to the public once again and then see if they want to go ahead and agree with this particular policy that was discussed over and over in those meetings. That's what this is about. It's about transparency. It's about being consistent. And what's equally important to me, I think it's important that if this body is going to go ahead and have meetings and then announce them and let the public know that we're here to listen to them and that we're actually going to take them seriously, then what we should be doing is actually follow through with that, with our policy responsibilities and our ability to be consistent. And I think if we put this on the ballot and allow the voters to decide, I think that's consistent with the publicly held meetings that were actually held by this council. They weren't held by the mayor. They weren't held by the Department of Water and Power. They were held by the Council of Los Angeles, the 15 elected officials of the city of Los Angeles that cover the entire city, pulled together, and 2 of the chair people agreed that they would actually have these meetings and listen for hours and hours and hours on end to the public about what their opinions are, and what this is a result of is the opinion of the public and also the consternation and agreement or non-agreement by many members of this body as well. And the idea that we would actually put this off until who knows when because of a simplistic argument that we should actually perhaps entertain this or put this before the voters when it comes to every single commission in the city, well, I call BS on that. That's not true. Everybody knows that if we actually went down that road, it probably wouldn't happen next year. It probably wouldn't happen the next year. It probably won't ever happen. I didn't say it won't. I said probably won't happen. Because that kind of dialogue, if you thought 5 or 6 meetings was a lot of meetings to talk about one department and holding them accountable, can you imagine having meetings to discuss all of the 20-some commissions throughout the city? Will never end. It will never end. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that if we put this before the voters, it's a vote for transparency now. This vote right now, to me, is about transparency now.
Mr. Zine, Dennis P. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. The measure of transparency, the Charter Commission, the folks that have sent a letter from the Charter Commission, the governance of the Department of Water and Power, and I, like most of you, are not happy with what's happened with the Department of Water and Power not being forthright and not being transparent. I also realize that Ms. Hahn, the mother of the Charter, and I served 2 years with a group of individuals, both elected and appointed, came up with a charter for the city of Los Angeles, and in that charter, it was decided that someone would be held accountable and responsible for the Department of Water and Power and other departments. And prior to that, finger-pointing went back and forth, and no one was held accountable or responsible. The one who is accountable and responsible is the mayor of the city of Los Angeles, according to the charter. The mayor appoints, and we review those individuals who are brought up to be general manager and commissioners, and 99% of the times we say, Mayor did a great job, thank you for that position, and go and carry on the people's work. We don't really do big investigations when general managers come before us, or commissioners. We just basically review what the mayor has presented, and the focus of the charter that we currently have, that was reviewed after 2 extensive years with a lot of public testimony throughout the city of Los Angeles, is to make someone accountable and responsible. And the one who's accountable and responsible for those general managers and commissioners is the mayor. And if we change this, we're going to go back to what we were before. No one's accountable, no one's responsible, and it goes in a merry-go-round. So what I believe, and this has gone back and forth, I feel like many of you, it's very frustrating. You voted this way, you voted that way, because we want to make some changes, but we want to be realistic with it. Now, why is it that the individuals who I highly respect sent a letter out this morning, and those individuals, namely Erwin Chemerinsky, George Kiefer, Raphael Sonnenschein, and they both elected and appointed came together with this to make it for the people of Los Angeles. Now, I think that if we're going to do something, we do something that's concise, as we did with the charter. Just because we're not happy with some of the aspects of Department of Water and Power, we want to throw it out, and then we're going to meddle once again, make it more political than it was before. Why don't we do that when we have the general manager appointee come before us? Why don't we grill that individual in more than 5 minutes and give the accolades and go on? Why don't we do what we're supposed to do? Because we don't. Because we trust the mayor, because we throw the focus back on the mayor. And the mayor is the one who needs to take the heat for the fact if the water and power is not working as appropriate or any other agency that the city of Los Angeles has. So you want to talk about a flip-flop. The flip-flop is the people vote for a charter, we change it, we make someone accountable responsible, and I remember Mr. Reardon came in at the time, he said, hold someone accountable responsible, hold the mayor accountable responsible. That's what this charter does. And we have been negligent in our responsibility to point the finger at the mayor and say, Mr. Mayor, things aren't working as they're supposed to. You're the one who is the mayor of the city of Los Angeles. So you want to talk about our responsibility? I think many of us have shirked our responsibility by not venting those commissioners and not taking those general managers and doing the interviews that we're supposed to do. Because if you look at the history, we simply go by the process. Thank you very much. Now you're a general manager. Revolving door with commissioners, revolving door with general managers. This is not going to change it. Pardon me, Mr. Cardenas?
Mr. Rosendahl,
well, I respected your comments. I think you should respect mine.
Mr. Rosendahl. Excuse me, Mr. Zine, your time is up. Mr. Cardenas, you're not recognized right now either. Mr. Rosendahl is the next speaker. Mr. Kretz will follow.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I appreciate the dialogue going on, but I think the voters should be able to dialogue on this issue, and that's what the March ballot is about. It's about the public participation. Over 1 million people write a check to DWP, and we take in billions of dollars. As we've been looking at DWP, going through all the analysis of it, talking about a ratepayer advocate, this is another piece of the same discussion. This is the discussion that the public has a right to do. Many of you know, I did a television series over the period of years. It was all about empowering the public. Well, the public writes the check to DWP, and the public has taken an interest in this issue. We had 6 hearings. I went to one in my district. A lot of people showed up. They had a lot of interest and concerns. It isn't about me. It's about we. It's about the city in general. And this is a proprietary department, a great one, frankly, that has its rates 30% lower than Edison in the neighborhood, and 9,000 great employees. But why not let the people discuss that issue in a healthy process so they can decide? That's what we're here for, is to represent them. I have no problem with it going on the ballot. I think the mayor's suggestion not to put it on the ballot should be overridden by us, and we should let the people make that decision, not the mayor and not us around the table. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know this item was put in the charter, and I know we had some great people, even some brilliant people, go through this process. And it was a good try. But I would ask all of them, not to fall in love with their work, because sometimes things don't work, and this did not work out. I think we need additional checks and balances. I think if you look at the way we do this process, yes, we don't vet people as well as we should, but the fact is, you can never do enough vetting to actually figure out what someone's going to do when they're in the position. Look at the Supreme Court. You can't imagine anything more vetted, and people are appointed to that, and they go off in a completely different direction. But this isn't the Supreme Court. We don't want this to be a lifetime appointment. If someone does a bad job, and they can't work with the council, and they can't work with the city, and they're going off in the wrong direction, we need to have some ability to act as a check and balance. I don't think it would be used very often, but I think in a relatively dire situation, I think we should be able to have this. And certainly the voters should at least have that choice. So I would like to see us have the ability to make those arguments and let the voters decide. I don't think we should just fall in love with things that have been done by the charter commissioners and advised by others. As good as I think all those people are, no one is above making mistakes, and this one just didn't turn out. So let's give the voters a chance at doing the right thing.
Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, fellow charter
Mother of
commissioner.
the charter.
And I appreciate that. And, you know, and part of what the letters that we have today from George Kiefer and Erwin Termininski kind of alluded to what we all faced when we began reforming the charter in 1997. We found ourselves with a 75-year-old charter that was a very convoluted document. And it did produce a city that was not accountable, that was not transparent, that was not efficient. And because no one reported to certain people or everyone reported to everyone, there was no accountability and there was more finger pointing going on. And we also found a charter, a document that was very piecemeal. It was a very patchwork document that tried to lay out a framework for how Los Angeles should behave. And so part of our job was to look at how this charter had really just solved one problem at a time by making changes to it. And I think that's where I am today. And while I certainly believe that DWP needs reform, and I certainly applaud Councilmember Perry for really bringing to the forefront a number of areas in this department that don't work well, and they don't work well for the ratepayer. And I went to many of those hearings, and I heard from the public that they were disappointed in this department, but it really was about their rates. It was really about how rates were arrived at, and a feeling that every time the rates were proposed to be raised, there hadn't been good vetting, there hadn't been a good analysis of whether or not that money was truly needed, and more importantly, how that money was going to be used in the future to provide reliability, safety, and delivery of the services of our Department of Water and Power. And so what I heard loud and clear was that the public wanted a ratepayer advocate. They wanted an independent person who could take a look at all of this on their behalf. A person who would hear the voices of the ratepayer. People on your blocks, people on my blocks, people in every neighborhood of this city who would look out for them. And frankly, with all due respect, I think that was a bit of an indictment on the city council. Frankly, we should have always seen ourselves as the ratepayer advocates. We should have seen ourselves as representing each of us 250,000 people who we should have been their ratepayer advocate. So I didn't hear in those public forums that the public really wanted to give us back any sort of control or power when it came to a general manager or a commissioner beyond what we already had. I didn't feel like reform to the public looked like more council intervention. in how general managers are fired or how commissioners are chosen or replaced. I saw more of an indictment that what they wanted was to take more things away from us and give it to an independent ratepayer advocate. And for that, I am glad that we have stuck to that principle, and that will be on the ballot. But I don't think the problem that we're trying to solve needs to go before the voters in terms of general manager and the commissioners. I don't believe that's important to the ratepayer.
Ms.
What's
Hahn.
important to them is good, solid, transparent rates that they pay to the department every other month.
Thank you. Mr. LaBonge.
Thank you very much, members. I'm going to vote to override. I appreciate Ms. Hahn and Mr. Zine, and that everybody has a different way how they work here. But in my, and I've probably been in this room longer than anybody as a deputy to John Ferraro. And this used to be the real power of the city, this table. But this table has been vacant, not just for this department, but other departments, because that charter called for it. The push behind the charter reform was driven by Richard Reardon, who was a very good mayor at the time that he was mayor, but he saw that to be important. But as we look to the future, because 1999 is just like yesterday, what is happening in 2019? What is happening to water and power? What is happening to other departments? So I also think, what some said, there has been an exercise in the city to engage people about this issue. To put it forth, if water power and their argument or those who believe differently is strong enough, it will be defeated. If it is not, it will be approved. And I do believe if there were 12 of us today who did not like a general manager, even we have no power in it right now by charter, that would make a difference. So because we have gone through this process, and it's not a process that I hold lightly, because water power is very dear to me, how I believe in it, and I thank those who are working right now across the state and out throughout the West and every parts of Los Angeles, whether on the water and the power side, delivering this energy to Los Angeles. I think through the process here, it should go on the ballot. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr.
And I do this with all respect for the mayor of Los Angeles, who I believe is trying to do what's best for the city.
Thank you, Mr. LaBonge. Mr. Alarcon.
Council members, I don't question anybody's concern about the transparency and trust levels that are generated from Department of Water and Power. I've expressed many concerns in that regard. That is not my concern here. This is clearly an effort to shift power from the mayor's office to the council. And that is a fundamental question, and frankly, I don't believe the voters support shifting the control of DWP to be under the control of City Council more. I also believe there's a tremendous distrust from the ratepayers of the council and the mayor, quite frankly, because we transfer $200 million of DWP money into the general fund, costing the ratepayers higher rates. So I don't believe they trust the city council a whole lot, because we take their money out of their pocket from by virtue of taking that transfer from DWP. And so I don't know why we champion this as true reform. I don't believe it's true reform at all. I think it's just musical chairs, as I've said before. The real reform opportunity that we have on the ballot is in the form of the Office of Public Accountability, where we hope to have either a ratepayer advocate or an inspector general, I forget which language we use, but somebody who will truly analyze the DWP from an objective perspective. And I think that before we start moving the chairs, we ought to hear from this group before taking action. So I cannot support a veto. I cannot support the override of the veto, because I believe that we have set the correct tone to give voters an opportunity to seek reform, but we've done it in a responsible, reasonable way. To do this is to provide a promise that I don't believe this council can keep. I'm not sure that this council will change any of the board members. I'm not sure this council will change the transfer to reduce the impact on the ratepayers. I don't believe this council will do any of those things, and that's what they want. They really want their rates to go down, and we cannot make that promise to them. And so, until we offer that to them, then we're truly not offering real reform. So let's wait to see what the Inspector General comes up with in terms of recommendations, and then I believe we'll be in a better position to act.
Mr. Garcetti.
Thank you. I was going to speak briefly about this, colleagues, last time, but we closed the debate before I had the opportunity to. And then I was just listening, and I wanted to establish a couple things for the record and say something as your elected council president to the body. I absolutely respect where people are on this. It's a pretty 50-50 vote for a lot of people, I think, because people can see some of the merits on both sides of this. But there has been a little bit more ascribing of people's motivations to people who don't agree with you on this one than I've heard in a long time. That people are only doing this because of mayoral pressure. In fact, I've had private conversations with people who are voting to sustain the veto who are more tempted to vote against it because the mayor called them, but actually have beliefs that it's the wrong thing to do. I've talked to people who are interested in this issue and have followed this long before there was a mayoral veto. And just to Mr. Cardenas' point, I just want to say briefly, when we were doing those 5 or 6 hearings, I think the point was made by Ms. Hahn, but the two-thirds thing wasn't even on the table quite as it was then. It came very late when the CLA proposed that as, I think, a well-thought-out thing to a number of governance changes around the commission and general manager. I voted consistently on this, folks. I've said that I believe that accountability comes when you can blame one person for what's gone wrong. And you know, the mayor and any mayor in the future has to be an adult enough to be able to take that blame when that mess up occurs. That's how the system can work. But imagine for a second there was a more diffused power of who to blame. Is it the council? Is it the mayor? Is it the board? We need to make that, I think, as streamlined as possible, which is the only testimony I really heard from the public. There was a couple people late in the game who said, yeah, go for the two-thirds in here. But in those meetings, we didn't necessarily have it on the table. And in fact, we had these folks come, and I don't always listen to what these folks say, too, from the Charter Commission folks. I've disagreed with them. In fact, some of them told us not to go forward with a ratepayer advocate, and I believe strongly about that. But I did hear and did listen to that because that was the point of public comment, that people do come and give us that feedback. I think that others have thought about this in our newspapers. I read the Daily News and LA Times editorials. But before those things, I was already there on this. So I just wanted to be very clear about the vote. But I would warn folks, it's no more fair to say those who are voting to sustain the veto are doing this only because of political pressure or because they don't want to stand up for the ratepayer. The equally unfair flip side would be say, from somebody who is voting to sustain, well, you only want this as a power grab or this or that. That is not the tone that we need to set in this council. We need to be able to respect that people can actually think about this. If this gets on the ballot, I'll be overjoyed to give the voters the opportunity, and it won't be a bad feeling in my mouth at all, because I said I can see the merits on both sides of this. But also the argument that we should always just let the voters decide. There are 5 or 6 things we didn't put on the ballot because we decided, you know, we could also let the voters have a debate on, you know, how many bunny rabbits we have in our backyards. But not everything is necessarily going to go before the voters. There's limited resources. We have to get to the core of the problem. For me, we have unity on the main part of this, which is what's been good. Ratepayer advocate, Inspector General powers, consumer complaints, a budget on time, and not playing with the transfer. And we couldn't have done that without Mr. Smith. We couldn't have done that without Ms. Perry. We couldn't have done that. Mr. Weezer actually introduced the very first motion on some of that. And we couldn't have done it without each one of you showing up and being a part of these hearings. So I want to thank you for being a part of that, because we're 90% of the way there. Regardless of where this 10% goes, we have a very strong package of reform to be able to change. And in 2011, with a new general manager, with a new president of the commission, with, I believe, a re-empowered electorate, if a ratepayer advocate is there, we can rewrite the story of DWP and get back to trusting a great department that has lost that trust.
Thank you, Mr. Garcetti. Mr. Weezer.
Thank you, Mr. President. And a few weeks ago, when I first spoke against this item, you know, I said that if we do this and the voters pass it, the DWP will get more political. There was some snickering around here saying, well, there's politics and everything. Well, there certainly is politics and everything, but there's degrees of politics. And the 3 newspapers in town have agreed. The Daily News, the LA Times, the Downtown News have all pointed out that if this should pass, DWP will get more political. The LA Times ends by saying the DWP likewise should return to a commission system that restores integrity by restoring a balance between independence and accountability. Instead of offering voters measures to increase its own power to meddle, the council should offer a plan for a less political DWP. If it fails to do so, Los Angeles may need a Water and Power Christopher Commission to set the utility on the right course. The Downtown News says, the problem is giving the council the power to hire and fire the general manager would increase, not diminish, the politics already at play in the office. We also don't see how increased council authority will make the department perform any better. The Daily News says, the problems of the DWP, ever-changing leadership, political meddling, and shifting priorities can be resolved only by making the utility less political. The DWP general manager and commission need more independence, both from the mayor and the city council. I think that speaks very strongly to the need not to put this on the ballot. And in fact, if this is a 50-50 kind of issue, the fact that we already have 10 ballot items speaks for itself. Previously, the most we've ever had was 8. This one can certainly wait. It's not urgent, and there's good reason to say let's look at all of them and not take this huge, big punch when we don't need to take it at the DWP. As Ms. Hahn so eloquently stated, the issue is ratepayers. The issue is how much we're paying for our water, our power. The issue at this time is not governance. We can certainly improve the governance and how it performs and how it responds to the public, but that is secondary to what ratepayers are frustrated about at this time. I would ask that we not put this on the ballot at this time, be a bit more thoughtful, and come up with something that makes a whole lot more sense. There are other things on the table. Should they be full-time? Should they be paid? We could take all these other considerations into account when we come up with a better governance system for this commission and others.
Mr. Parks for the first time, and then Mr. Cardenas for the second.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I would just like to add my voice in the fact that as we've watched the DWP over the last several years, we either have to make a decision, do we like what they've been doing, or do we need a change? I would hope that we would override the veto because there's an absolute need for us to bring back the objectivity that was lost in the change of the charter. And the fact that the mayor's appointing commissioners, they're no longer staggered terms, that the mayor appoints the general manager, there's no objectivity. And I think the comments that Mr. Rezar brought from the newspaper, they're assuming that there's an independent commission in place. There is none. I think the other issue is, I think we are basically, in some instances, giving little credit to the community when they just went through an election with no less than 30 or 40 items on every level of government and propositions, and none of them fell out of the booth on fatigue. 50+% of the population voted, one of the highest level of voting, because they gave the community something and issues that they felt were relevant to them. That is the only way that we're going to ensure that people come out to vote, is give them something relevant. So to look at 10 items on propositions or charter change today and say it will fatigue the voter is losing sight of what we just went through. I'd hope we vote for better governance, or if we don't vote for better governance, then we have no alternative except to continue the piecemeal approach of 245s, looking at every item that comes through and managing from item by item. Certainly, the rate advocate is something in which people are looking forward to, but they are not looking in my community just to place blame. We as a city have placed blame over the years. What they're looking for is you actually do something and correct it. And we can only correct it if there's an ability to those who are being held accountable that you have some power over them. So it's not about picking blame, identifying blame. We can always find that particular issue. It's whether we're going to do something about it or we're going to sit on our hands and point at someone else because they didn't do what we thought they should do. The mayor is responsible for it, so we can only make one assessment. If it's going the way it is now, he either supports what's going on, he either believes that what they're doing is right, because we've not seen any great effort to change the direction of DWP. What's happened over the last 2 years is this council has identified the problems, put corrective action in place, move forward to identify those issues, and make those kinds of judgments through audits, through financial, through the variety of hearings that were held. Not where we have looked up in the past and said, we're waiting for someone else to do it. So I'd ask that we override the veto. I think it's the only way that this council can continue to remain relevant and in a very proactive way manage the city of Los Angeles as a policymaker and ensuring that we don't spend our time pointing fingers, but we're actually rolling up our sleeves and making something happen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Parks. Mr. Cardenas.
Call for the question.
All right. There is Mr. Krikorian for the first time, Ms. Perry for the second, so that will require a 10-person vote. To vote yes is to end debate. To vote no is to continue. There's just those two members on it. Please open the roll. What? Okay. It's to call the question, so to end debate, but I don't believe there's a motion on the table yet to override. So you probably want to withdraw that. Just judging by how you spoke, Mr. Cardenas, you might want to withdraw that so there's an override to even vote on. But until you do, it's on the table and it has to be immediately voted on.
Cardenas asked for, or do
We have to vote on closing the debate right away, and it's not debatable. Sorry? Well, if that's what one would want, yes. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
8 ayes, 7 noes.
Okay, that does not carry. Mr. Krikorian and then Ms. Perry.
Thank you, colleagues. I think one thing that everyone here can agree upon is that certainly in recent years, and probably for a lot longer than that, the DWP has been running amok. The DWP has demonstrated a degree of arrogance of power that has frustrated all of us. And it is an agency that has cried out to be reformed. And I think that we've made some important strides in creating an atmosphere of reform. And I think that Chairwoman Perry and many others in this around this horseshoe have really done a magnificent job of leading the charge for a change in the way we govern the DWP and a change in their attitude, frankly. So I've spent a lot of time over the last few days thinking about what reform really means, though. I think what the public is really looking for when they ask us to reform the DWP are a few things. First, transparency. Transparency we're achieving through the ratepayer advocate. That's an important victory that we've won here that I hope that the voters will approve in the ballot, and we will achieve greater transparency. But the other things that the people are looking for in reform are things that we haven't really achieved, and that I don't think will be achieved by a change in governance. That is greater accountability. If we have the council taking a greater role in selection of the general manager and removal of the general manager, selection of the board, removal of the board, it actually has the potential to detract from the accountability that is now squarely at the feet of the board and the mayor. Stability and long-term vision for the department is an important reform, an important objective that we have. And we all know that part of the reason that the department has struggled so much is because of the instability at the top. That goal will not be achieved by having greater politicization of the process and by having this council be able to remove general managers. As I argued before we consolidated these two measures, when I argued against having the general manager be included in this. Commitment to ratepayers' interests first, rather than institutional stakeholders. Well, in some respects, the ratepayer advocate will serve that role. But the role of the institutional stakeholders and their control over this department, I don't believe will be diminished by having this council take greater control over that process. I think we need to depoliticize and create a more independent general manager, not a general manager that's looking to have 15 more political bosses in addition to the one that they already have. And then finally, trustworthiness. And again, This has been the central theme of much of what we've talked about, the trustworthiness of what the DWP does, the trustworthiness of the books, and so forth. Again, that's achieved through the ratepayer advocate. It has nothing to do with these governance issues. So I think that when we look at the benefits that we've gained, we've come very far. When we look at this reform measure, yes, we ought to take a continuing look at whether this is the best governance model, but I've become convinced that what we have before us today, having a general manager susceptible to removal because of the political whims of this council, would actually have the potential to aggravate the problems that we currently have. And so I very much respect the work that we've all done in this, but as Mr. Kretz said, we shouldn't fall in love with our work. And I think that also applies to this particular measure that's before us, because it's been great work to get here, but ultimately I think we can do better. I think we can have a better reform. I think we can have a better process to change the governance. I think going forward from here, we ought to engage our 92 neighborhood councils, many of whom have DWP liaisons who have very good ideas about how to reform the DWP, which haven't been sufficiently considered by this council. I think we need to look again to our governance experts and the people that contributed to charter reform, and as the Times suggested, perhaps come up with a Christopher Commission of the DWP. We need to look at the people who have ideas, consider those ideas, and put a better idea before the voters. So while I respect everything that we've done to get here, I'm going to if there is a proposal to override the veto, I'm going to have to vote against it. Thank you.
Ms. Perry.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. President, and I would like to make a motion to override the veto, and I need a second.
Mr. Smith seconds.
So with that, unless there are more speakers in the queue.
Mr. Cardenas is on the queue for a third time,
Okay.
although he didn't really speak the second.
Mr. President,
in fairness, he didn't really speak the second time.
Mr. President, if you don't mind, when we vote, would like to make it a voice vote.
Sure, without objection,
thank you.
we can do a voice vote.
Thank you.
Keep our city clerk on his toes. Mr. Cardenas.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to remind the public that you may have heard a lot of comment about changing the charter and how we shouldn't do that, but this body has already forwarded 7 items of changing the charter to the ballot on March 8th already. So this isn't so much an exception. This is more of the rule of what's going on right now with this council, to allow the voters the opportunity to vote on whether or not they should change certain parts of the charter. So I think this would be more consistent than non-consistent with what's been going on lately. In addition to that, I just wanted to correct for the record that I don't think that to get 10 out of 15 votes from the City Council of Los Angeles, I think at the end of that deliberation, at the end of that process, I don't think it really would be at the whim. I believe that if one person decides, I want to get rid of a general manager, or I want to get rid of a commissioner, or what have you, to me, one person having a whim is a lot more whimsical than having 10 individuals deliberate in full view of the public and then actually determine whether or not we should do something so important as to decide whether or not somebody's competency level is so bad that we have to ask them to be removed. And again, I'm very adamant that I'm glad that I'm part of a legislative body, because every time that I have a vote, every time that I actually take an action, I do it in full view of the public. And to get 10 out of 15 council members to vote on something, as you're going to witness right now, is not easy to do. And I think it's very important for people to understand that I think that this is more of a protection to the public, to the ratepayers, to the owners of the Department of Water and Power, to have this body to have more responsibility in this entire process. Ms. Perry is now the chairperson of the Energy Committee that actually hears the matters that are before the Department of Water and Power. I used to chair the committee that oversaw the Department of Water and Power, and I think 7 years ago when I was the chairman and today, we still have a big problem where that department withholds information that has been asked for publicly. that department actually comes forward and says, we don't have the report that you've been waiting for a whole year, that you asked us respectfully and responsibly to have it before us in 60 to 90 days. That we actually get the Department of Water and Power to make statements verbally and then not willing to back it up with documentation. And I must say this, I'll end with this. There was actually a very nice guy who ran the Department of Water and Power a handful of years ago, and he actually went before this body and had a document with his signature that said that a project, a mitigation project of a property that we have responsibility for north of us, that would only cost about $150 million, at the upper end, $150 million to mitigate. Well, many years later, when I got on the council, and many of us were on the council, I found out that at that same time, the Parsons organization did a report that said it could cost as much as $450 million. And then at that point in time, we were actually witnessing the fact that they were asking us to let them spend more money, and they were crossing the $450 million mark. A head of the Department of Water and Power lied to the public, lied to this body, and then actually did something so egregious that he lied about spending $150 million of the ratepayers' money, and in fact, he was sitting on a report, hiding a report from the elected officials of the city, and he held that from us, and then years later, lo and behold, that report came true. Over $450 million was spent of the ratepayers' money. That's a perfect example as to why this body, if that happens, we should have the responsibility and the authority to remove that individual.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas. Mr. Koretz and Mr. Krikorian.
Colleagues, I think there are some people that would like to vote for one piece of this and some that might like to vote for the other. And I think in the interest of giving either piece a chance to pass, I would make a motion to split the two back into two individual items.
Although that may be, in an ideal world, a good thing, we cannot at this point, because it is a set package. The deadline is passed, so we're only considering the veto of a package that we passed. We cannot, by our own rules, do that. And we can't even...
Oh, well, it's a good try.
But it's a good idea. Thank you, Mr. Koretz. Mr. Krikorian.
Well, just very quickly, I just wanted to respond briefly to Mr. Cardenas's point. The example that you gave, the horror story that you gave, is exactly the reason that we need a ratepayer advocate. So that a ratepayer advocate who has the funding and the legal authority to be able to analyze the books, get to the bottom of information, and report to the public factual information and data that is currently being held with us is precisely the reason for that reform. And I hope as we move forward with it, and as the voters move forward with it, we continue to provide the support for that office that will be necessary to avoid exactly that problem. But that problem is not going to be corrected by a change in governance. It's a problem that has to do with our having access to the information that's held behind the curtain now. And that's why I think that we will make significant progress with what we already have before us now. And on the point about politicization, you mentioned importantly that one person now has the right to remove a general manager. And I'd like to remind my colleagues that we have the authority under the Charter to hear appeals from general managers who are fired by the mayor. And if we feel that the mayor any mayor is putting undue pressure on a general manager to do something that we think is not in the interest of ratepayers, and a general manager is removed or threatened with removal, that general manager can come here and get our support. Conversely, I can't imagine any mayor, when a general manager has lost the support of two-thirds of this council, and we were to cast a vote saying that two-thirds of us didn't support a general manager, it's hard to imagine a mayor taking the political heat of saying, well, regardless, I think this person's doing such a bang-up job that we're just going to keep them going. If anything, the problem has been the opposite. We're going through general managers too often. So the idea of a mayor keeping a general manager on the job after they've lost the confidence of the public and this council, I don't believe is very likely to happen. So again, that's why I think let's focus our efforts on the reforms that the people are asking for, the reforms that will increase accountability, increase transparency, increase stability, increase a commitment to ratepayers' interests, and increase trustworthiness. I think we've put that on the ballot, and I think we're ready to move forward.
Thank you. That is our last speaker. We have a motion before us to override the mayor's veto. Had a public hearing on this, sir? Unless it's reopened, we've had that hearing. So, colleagues, we are taking the vote now. On the override, a yes vote is in support of the motion, and to override the veto, a no is to sustain it. Yes is to override the veto, no is to sustain the veto. Okay? Please open the roll. Oh, sorry, there was a voice vote. Please open the roll and a voice vote, Mr. Clerk.
Councilmember Alarcón.
No, thank you.
Councilmember Cardenas.
Yes.
Councilmember Hahn.
I'm voting no.
Councilmember Huizar.
No, in Spanish.
Councilmember Koretz.
Sí.
That was a yes, let the record reflect.
Councilmember Krikorian.
No.
Councilmember Labange.
Yes.
Councilmember Parks.
Yes.
Councilmember Perry.
Yes.
Councilmember Reyes.
No.
Councilmember Rosendahl.
Yes.
Councilmember Smith.
Yes.
Councilmember Wesson.
No.
Councilmember Zine.
No.
President Garcetti.
No. 7 yes, is that right?
7, 8, yes, no's.
Okay, 7 yes.
7 yes, 8 no, sorry.
Okay. That required a 10-person vote. That will carry over, folks. If not received and filed, that will carry over to our next meeting, and so on until the deadline passes. Requires a receive and file motion to put it to rest today. Seeing none? All right, we'll go to the next item.
That brings us to item 18, called special by Councilmember Zine.
Mr. Zine?
President, on number 18, reading to the record, determine that the issuance of a liquor license at Canoga Park Mini Market, located 7218 Canoga Avenue, Canoga Park 91303, the All-American City, will serve the public convenience or necessity and will not tend to create a law enforcement problem. Grant the application for determination of public convenience or necessity for the sale of alcoholic beverages for off-site consumption at 7218 Canoga Avenue, Canoga Park 91303. Instruct the city clerk to transmit this determination to the State Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control as required findings under Business Professions Code Section 23958.4. And finally, this location has a conditional use for beverage, a CUB, which can be pulled by building and safety if a violation occurs. Request an aye vote on 18. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. As amended, if there's no other speakers on 18, let's go ahead and open the roll. This is in the section without public comment, sir, sorry. Close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Unless I'm mistaken, let me double check that. Was that... this was noticed for public hearing. Did we... I'm sorry, when we first had it, Mr. Walsh, your card wasn't in. Why don't you come forward on number 18? Yeah, don't worry. The clerk didn't have the card initially, but it's up here.
John Walsh, you lost my car. You know, maybe, you know what happens to people like me in Mexico and countries like that? They pull me out, they shoot me, they kill me, and they kill my family. Okay, that's what happens in places like Mexico. The drug cartels and the government are the same.
Mr. Garcetti's not talking about this item.
The point? Yeah, I'm talking about my fight to speak here and how you lose my cards. HollywoodHighlands.org. And if you want to, Hollywood Dems, D-E-M-S.
Sir, could we talk about the item before us, please? Thank you.
The item before us. Alcohol. All you do, 15 people for another alcohol license. Isn't it wonderful? You know, sometimes you have to go 50 or 100 feet. And those people who drink alcohol are the people who kill us in the street while you pass by in your limousines. You never, ever fight or stop an alcoholic because they pay for your campaigns. HollywoodHighlands.org. Your worst day. You make me sick to my stomach.
And we'll close public comment if we can prepare the roll again on this item. Okay, yeah. Let's reconsider it. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
And if we could vote again after that public comment now, please prepare the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Ms. Perry?
Mr. President, may I make a motion to reconsider item number 26? I just need to ask a clarifying question to the Planning Department on the record.
Can we reconsider it and then hold it for a second just to get through the Commissioner and General Manager like we usually do, and
That's fine.
and then come
Yeah.
to it? Okay.
And, yeah, Mr.
I'll
Reyes
just
is gonna
reconsider it
make-
now so it's on the
Yeah,
board
no, that's
for you.
fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's open the roll of reconsideration of 26, and please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
All right, we will hold that special for Ms. Perry, and we'll come back to that shortly. If we can take up the Commissioner, item number 20, please. And that came from the Personnel Committee? Is that right? Mr. Clerk, that come from the Personnel Committee? Mr. Zine, as Chair of the Personnel Committee, we have the appointment to the Employee Relations Board. And
Thank you,
Mr. Prior, for offering to serve the City of L.A. Mr. Zine.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sure you've heard the conversation about general managers and commissioners. Now we want to make sure you're qualified for this position. If you can give us some insight into your experience, qualifications for this important position.
I have been good morning, my name is Michael Prior. I've been an arbitrator and working as a mutual exclusively for 26 years, involved in this primarily in employment and more importantly in labor management dispute resolution proceedings. I serve as a referee in some matters and some retirement board proceedings as well, but primarily as an arbitrator in labor management disputes. I've been involved in matters involving various county organizations, private sector organizations, in some instances some federal sector entities as well.
Mr. President, it's difficult to hear the candidate with the noise in chambers.
We could, actually, if I could ask you also to just bring the microphone a little bit closer to you as well. We'll get the sound turned up a wee bit, and if folks can please keep their conversation to a minimum. Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Zine, go ahead.
Have you ever represented the city in any aspect or representatives, employees of the city of Los Angeles?
I have never represented any city organization or any labor organization involving the city of Los Angeles.
What about County of Los Angeles?
Never represented any labor organizations or the County of Los Angeles. All my dealings with any of these organizations have been strictly as a neutral.
So you have no conflict representing in that particular position on the board?
I have none whatsoever.
But you have a lot of experience in handling this particular arena.
I believe I do.
Fair and impartial?
I listen to the facts, I observe the record, consider facts in light of the law and the procedures set before me, and I make my ruling accordingly, and my recommendations accordingly.
And the appeals, any appeals on your decisions? Or have they all been upheld by the individuals?
I know in some instances there have been filed petitions of writ mandamus that have been filed in my decisions as hearing officers. Generally, my decisions have been upheld. In fact, I know of no instance where they have not been upheld. And one instance I'm aware of that there was an attempt to vacate in my award as an arbitrator, and that was subsequently reinstated by the appellate court.
Which means you made the right decision if the appellate court agrees with you. Okay, you're obviously well qualified by your experience as arbitrator and attorney in dealing with this particular arena. Employee Relations Board is very important as we see the city workforce responsible for the services to the people of Los Angeles. They're all paying taxes, and they expect that the people do the job in a professional manner. And you will hear a lot of disciplinary cases come before you. Objective and a fair review is all we ask for.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, and I'm pleased to see Mr. Prihar back before us today, and the report are all fairly complete or substantially complete. His ethics report and LAPD background check both came back with satisfactory results, and even though his Department of Justice report is pending, I think that it is substantially complete, and I feel very comfortable moving forward. And given your experience, I think you'll be an excellent, excellent commissioner, and I want to thank you publicly for your willingness to serve the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you, Councilman.
You're welcome.
Thank you. If there's no other members that wish to be heard, we will take a vote on the nominee. Please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you very much, Ms. Bihar, and thank you for your patience earlier today. We appreciate it. Thank you very much. Right, a request to next take up item number 38, the extension of our general manager for Department of Water and Power. And I'd like to recognize Ms. Perry, the chair of our Energy and Environment Committee, on item number 38, the general manager extension for 2 months, not 4, as we clarified.
Well, let me just say this. I'm really not quite sure what to do. I'm meeting the candidate this afternoon. I haven't met him yet. I guess since he's not been confirmed or affirmed yet, we must go ahead and extend the appointment. Maybe I can get some comment from is there a city attorney here I can ask? So I'm not sure from a procedural standpoint what the appropriate thing is to do. I guess because the man or the person who's the potential candidate is not in the position yet, so I guess from a procedural standpoint, we do have to do the extension. Is that correct? Or somebody tell me something, okay? Someone tell me something here. You're a lawyer, you tell me.
Mr. President, Fred Merkin, outside counsel, assisting the city attorney. Yes, Councilwoman Perry, what you have here is a circumstance where you have a temporary appointment that is to be extended, and there is in the works the coming of a new general manager to be placed in nomination to the Board of Water and Power Commissioners. In the meantime, there needs to be somebody who's in charge of the Department of Water and Power as the general manager.
Okay.
So it is fully appropriate for you to extend this appointment.
Okay.
And then it is will be terminated automatically upon the appointment of a permanent general manager.
Right. Okay, so I recommend we approve the extension.
Thank you. And Mayor's office, let me know Mr. Buettner is on his way for folks who want to ask any questions. Mr. LaBonge is our next speaker.
I passed to Ms. Hahn, but I will reserve the right to push my button again.
My only question is, do we know that Austin Buettner wants to have this position extended? All right, so, yeah, I think he's ready to move on. I mean, but obviously we have to extend it until we appoint the new one. Is that what you're saying?
It's certainly appropriate for you to do so. I should say, if you didn't extend it, the charter would say he still stays in office anyway.
Until a new one.
Until their successor is qualified.
So why do we have to do this?
It's not that you have to do it. It's certainly appropriate for you to do it, but it's a more regular way of working government, I think, to have an extension rather than to let the charter do it by default, because you're taking an affirmative decision to say, let's continue until the permanent general manager has been appointed.
Our charter is such an excellent document that it takes care of situations like this, Mr. Koretz.
Charter Section 205.
Right. All right, no further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Krikorian.
Yeah, that's all right.
Mr. Krikorian.
Well, I guess just the quick, since you mentioned that the charter provides for automatic renewal, I think isn't the issue that this council put a specific term on his temporary appointment as general manager, and that specific term is expiring. Isn't that the reason that the council then needs to renew that limited term that we had already provided?
Correct. The term will expire by its own terms on the 20th. And so if you don't extend it, he is not extended. However, the charter says that those who hold office continue to hold office until their successor has qualified. So even if you didn't extend it, he would remain in office until the successor is qualified. That's Charter Section 205.
And it applies to general managers as well?
Yes, the general manager is an officer of the city, and it talks about appointed and elective offices, and yes, it would include a general manager.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Labange.
I support it, but I understand it's only 2 months instead of 4, so maybe if we're voting on 2 instead of 4, just to clarify, is that correct?
Correct.
Mr. City Attorney? Charter Section 205, you quoted that very eloquently.
Yes.
In talking with the CAO, city clerk, it's only 2 months instead of 4, so we can get it right.
Well, you would need to affirm the resolution that's before you from the Board of Water and Power Commissioners.
Yeah, Mr. Buettner's here, so. You want to say hello? I mean, I think people would like to. That's what people want. I want a water power guy who sits at the center table and says, I'm at water and power, I want to help the city. That's all I want. That's all I want. And I thank you, Mr. Buettner, for your work at these past several months for the city, for the mayor, and I appreciate this. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alarcon is our next speaker.
I just have one question. Is a vote to support Mr. Buettner's extension a vote for reform or not? Can anybody answer that question? No, okay, thank you very much.
Mr. Rosendahl?
Yeah, I just want to say, obviously, we should extend the contract. We appreciate you putting your time and energy into the city. You've given a lot of integrity, a lot of no-nonsense. You're a direct kind of guy, and that's what we need in the city. So if you're wanting to stay, I think it's great to have you continue in that role until we get the new general manager.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Buettner, would you like to add anything? Or? Okay, we just have a few comment cards for the council. Arnold Sachs is our first speaker. Okay. Why don't we take public comment, and then I'll let you close. Is that okay? Mr. Sachs, come on forward. And then we'll have Dr. Clyde Williams follow.
Thank you. Good morning, Arnold Sachs. I'm just wondering, in that Charter Section 204, if the commissioner dies, is he still in office until his successor is appointed? That's what you said. Still in office whether he's in or out.
We'll see if the city attorney can get you that answer, Mr. Sachs.
Thank you. That's a lot of heavy lifting you guys talked about. Unfortunately, it's a styrofoam weight set. Mr. Buettner, you might have heard some of you, if you had been here, you might have heard some of the commentary, so I was wondering.
You can address the council as a whole, please. It's for us to
Well,
hear
you might have heard
comments
some of the council commentary. It was mentioned in your feelings about the ratepayer advocate, but the ratepayer advocate started off being in the CEO's office, and then it started off being in the controller's office, and now it's back at DWP. So if you take 10 times 0, you get 0. If you take 100 times 0, you get 0. If you take 1,000,000 times 0, you get 0. So what's the change if it's back at DWP? It's also mentioned that the public is upset about the transfer of funds. Now, do you think that maybe on a ballot measure you could discuss the fact that DWP doesn't pay property tax and makes the transfer in lieu of that? Is that a policy that should be looked into? Maybe the public would be interested in that. There's so much to talk about here because you hear so much and nothing is really addressed. The good news is you're at the center table, and that's Mr. Labange and Mr. Zine. I can't believe it. You're right. That's where the power is. The city looks at the council as being their ratepayer advocates, like Ms. Hahn said. You've abdicated your responsibility to the voters. Remember, it's a public utility versus a private utility, and you're elected to public office.
Thank you, Mr. Sachs.
Two definitions for the
Dr.
same
Clyde
word.
Williams is our next speaker. After that will be John Walsh. Good morning.
Good morning. Dr. Clyde Williams, 4115 Barrett Road, El Sereno, Northeast LA. LA 32 Neighborhood Council, DWP liaison. Trickle down. How about wherever the manager takes the organization, that will be complied with? Maybe. I don't know. One of the problems with all of the different general managers has been, oh, we're the ratepayers advocate, is what they've said. But how about the transparency? How about the reports? How about the use of a simple little term such as strategic plan? Whatever happened to it? I don't know. One person told me, well, you can't have a strategic plan because the general manager that's coming in later may not approve it. I don't know. We don't know a lot of things about the DWP because they do not allow the DWP liaisons to fulfill their obligations under the MOUs with the neighborhood councils. The leadership of any organization sets the tone. The projects that are being proposed right now within DWP, such as the IRP and now the Urban Water Management Plan, all of these are flawed. Why? Because they do not want the people and the ratepayers to know what's coming. And what's coming is going to be a very large bill, because getting off coal is one thing, getting recycled water is another, and how many people are going to have to pay for it? Approximately 4 million, 5 million people will have to pay out of the current salaries that they have. DWP will continue having their 3% cost of living increase, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Williams. John Walsh will be our next speaker. After him will be Wayne Spindler.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. Do you expect me to attack Mr. Buettner? Actually, he's on the plus side. You got to understand what happens on the highest levels of this region. Eli Broad and his consigliere, George Kiefer, who sent you a letter, realized the city was out of control. They're the ones who brought in Buettner. Do you think Antonio knew him from Adam before he brought in him? And he hasn't done a bad job, except all of a sudden the New York Times asked him, are you running for mayor? And he starts getting cagey. Starts getting cagey and doesn't say no, because he takes his orders, not from you, not from the mayor. He takes his orders from Eli Broad. Who was the city father of all city fathers before him? Warren Christopher. Before him, Lod Cook. It goes back and back to Asa Call. They're the people who run this city. This is all, and I want you to get a good picture of him. I want you to see what a $150 haircut looks like with a $10 tip. And I'm telling you right now, you don't hear any of this. You know what a famous philosopher said? We don't know who discovered the ocean, but it sure wasn't the fish. And you swim in this ocean, and I'm the only one who gets there. Oh, I got too much taxes, all that BS. No. It's about the city. The city is in terrible shape. Broad is given the mayor, is given the LA Times, let them loose. They let the dogs loose. And the only people who are telling you this is, just as we told you, everything on the state level, is John Walsh, HollywoodHighlands.org. Good luck, Austin. You'll never be mayor. You're too white.
Wayne Spindler is our next speaker.
Yes.
Again, just a reminder if you can address to the council.
Yeah, absolutely. I predicted and I named Austin Buettner because he'd be given the boot, and today's the beginning. And it's because the city of LA has no use for talented people like Austin Buettner. So Austin Buettner has to become Austin Buettner and get the boot, because this council has to blame people. You got to blame everybody. They don't blame themselves. They have to blame everybody else. Now, the fact that Buettner would be a perfect commissioner for the DWP, he should be running it, but he doesn't want to run it full time. His term expired. There's a new gentleman coming up from the state of Washington who doesn't even know the difference between the 134 and the 101 freeway. because that's what the council and the mayor need. They need people who have great backgrounds and resumes, set them up, and then have them take the fall, because they're going to ask DWP for more rate transfer money. They're going to try to raise the rates. Now, Austin Buettner has done something. In your utility bills, in the last couple of quarters, you have seen notices of rate decreases in water rates. That has happened since he's taken over. What I would like to see is Austin Buettner take over as DWP's chief full-time and do that alone. Don't bring this guy in from Seattle. Take the job full-time. But he's not going to do that because he's a billionaire. Smarter than me. I mean, he's sitting there. I'd be sitting there if I was as smart as him. I'm not. So the bottom line is this term has come to an end. Don't extend it. Let it go. Let it lapse. And bring the new GM in, because you have found the next person to take the fall of DWP. But thank you for your service.
Thank you. That will close our public comments. Ms. Perry, to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And since we're on the matter of extending Mr. Buettner's time here, I wondered if he would be able to give us a status, if that's appropriate, on the potential candidate, not so much on the specifics of who that is, but the process itself, what has occurred to date, how has the commission participated, and if you could just lay out the process as the acting general manager, so we can have some idea as a body, what's going on and where we are.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman. I welcome the question. I think, as most of you are aware, the mayor set forth a series of goals that he wanted to see in the next leader of the Department of Water and Power, and first and foremost was to find an individual with extensive experience in the water and power business. I think we've done that. The path we took to get there was fairly straightforward. We hired a firm called Korn Ferry, which is a world-class executive search firm. They directly called and reached out to more than 250 executives in the utility industry throughout this country, both investor-owned and municipally owned. Out of that group, approximately a dozen or so individuals put their hat in the ring. Those were references were checked, they were spoken with, and about half of that group became a series of finalists. Those finalists were interviewed by myself, members of the DWP Commission, as well as the mayor, and the mayor has, as of yesterday, put forth his recommendations. So I think you'd find it was a very thorough process. We left no stone unturned, and I'm very satisfied that we found an individual who will provide the stable leadership the department needs, lead the department down the path of reform, which I think is essential at this point in time, and do that in a way that's appropriate and affordable for our residential and business customers.
And then can you just explain to us how the Commission, Department of Water and Power Commission, plays a part in that process?
Sure. A portion of those commission members were part of our informal search committee and interviewed several of the candidates and helped the mayor form the mayor's judgment as to who the best candidate would be.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Perry. If there are no other questions, we have the report to extend for 2 months the appointment of Mr. Buettner as the interim general manager. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I think it's congratulations, but so let it be
And for
written.
the record, I paid $19 for my haircut, but I do give a $10 tip.
You got it. All right. Thank you. Good to know. We'll get the name of that place later. We can move to item 26 now. Ms. Perry.
Thank you very much, and thank you for that motion to reconsider. And if Alan Bell is here from the Planning Department, I'd just like to ask him to come to the center table to have a question for him for the record. Just for clarification, and thank you very much, Mr. Bell. For the sake of clarification and to place these issues on the record, I just want you to confirm that the Planning Department's recommendation to make supplemental use districts the exclusive means going forward for seeking exceptions to the city's signage bans for super graphics and off-site signage is not intended to do the following. It is not intended to invalidate or make any non-conforming any signage approvals previously granted under the LASED specific plan.
That's correct. The intention is not to interfere with any existing adopted plans or any projects that have vested rights. So the answer to that question is yes.
It is not intended to prohibit the issuance of future signage approvals in accordance with the LASED specific plan?
That's correct, and that presumes no amendment to the existing specific plan. So those plans have been validated, and if signs are approved consistent with the existing regulations, then the new ordinance would not interfere with that.
And it is not intended to prohibit the adoption of future amendments with respect to signage provisions pursuant to the LASED specific plan, provided the required findings are made under the Los Angeles Municipal Code as upheld under the case referred to as Worldwide Rush.
It's difficult to give a definitive answer to that question at this time. That would depend on the specific amendments that would be put forward, the specific situation, and then ultimately what rules would be put in place in the citywide sign ordinance. I think going forward, when we work very closely with the city attorney's office, we will address that specific question, but the intention behind our recommendations is to make sure that we have consistent citywide rules for considering exceptions from those bans, and our recommendation is that the best way to accomplish that is through the sign district regulations themselves. So, in a nutshell, my answer to that question is I don't know at this time, but certainly this is an issue that we would address going forward as we get into the details of the sign regulations and the sign ordinance itself.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. President. Appreciate it.
Mr. Zine. Actually, precedence goes to Mr. Reyes as Plum Chair. Sorry, Mr. Zine, we'll come back to you.
Thank you, Councilmember Zine. Colleagues, I wanted to create a context for this presentation in terms of where we're at. The Plum Committee has worked very hard to get to a place we can get control of our city and figure out our strongest legal points and how to move forward. The city has now concluded lawsuits with Worldwide Rush and Jameson Skytag. These lawsuits led the federal district court to enter an injunction in August of 2008 against the city's billboards and super graphic laws. Dozens of copycat lawsuits were also filed and received similar injunctions. In May of this year, the Federal Appeals Court reversed the district's court's ruling and upheld the city's billboard and super graphic laws. All these efforts to appeal the ruling in favor of the city have been exhausted. So where are we at today? Now that the city has returned to solid legal footing, it is time for Planning Department, City Attorney, Building and Safety to resume the work that the lawsuits interrupted. And this work goes back to 2002. Now the city is in a position to begin updating our sign code. We need comprehensive reform of our sign code. Nearly 20 additional amending motions were also before Plum in May of 2009. 20 amending motions. The report before us today identifies consensus sign code reforms for our consideration. In order for the city to move forward, Plum adopted the following two instructions. One, to instruct the Planning Department, in consultation with the City Attorney, to prepare an ordinance within 3 months that incorporates sign districts and the consensus sign code revisions proposed in the Planning Department report, and an ordinance to regulate mural signs without granting special size allowances. We requested the City Attorney to finalize the Administrative Code Enforcement Ordinance to increase penalties to violations of the sign ordinance. This is a starting point towards updating our sign code based on the court's decision in Worldwide Rush. So, colleagues, we have all of these amendments that came out of this process. We've been struggling through the courts since 2002. Just recently, we are reaffirmed in our position legally. So now, all the work we have done in the past, we're dusting off, we're bringing forward, we're looking at all the amending motions, we're trying to consolidate those amending motions to address your concerns, but we still have more work to do. And that's why I'm asking for a 3-month report back. And that's where we're at today. So I thank you for your patience. I realize there's a lot of concern. This is not a one-size-fits-all, but I believe the districts themselves, assigned districts, can give us a vehicle by which we can weigh the pros and cons, look at the give and take within the constitutionality of the rulings, so that we can have the type of environments our respective communities seek, given the diversity of the 15 districts. So I thank you for your patience.
Thank you. My apologies, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Zine is next. After that will be Mr. Rosendahl.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd just like the City Attorney's Office to comment. I know planning is here, and I want to make sure that with the City Attorney's Office involved in this and went through all that litigation, that we're all in agreement, the planning and City Attorney, since there was a lot of litigation on this, a lot of time expended. So I don't know if there's someone here from the City Attorney's Office other than Dion. But if you agree with what we're doing, I just want to make sure that the City Attorney weighs in on this.
We're acting in concert with the planning.
So you
department
agree, the City Attorney's Office agrees with what we're hearing from the Planning Department?
Yes.
We're on the same page?
We are on the same page.
That's all I want to know. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl. Sorry, Mr. Rosendahl, and then Ms. Hahn.
Thank you, Mr. President. If I could, I'd like to ask Mr. Reyes some questions in the comment of this discussion right now. Mr. Reyes, as we go through this, and also I'd like your opinion of this, in 3 months we've had over 20 amendments put in. In my district, the 11th district, the coastal district, we have a significant number of digital signs. They flip from a passive sign to a digital sign. I've asked the people who flipped the switch and made it digital, what's their revenue streams like? I never get an answer, but it's hundreds of thousands of dollars per sign. And I want a revenue stream for the city out of those signs. They got a free ride. They just pay for placement, and people pay a lot of money to get their second or two on there. Mr. Reyes, will this allow us to begin to get a revenue stream out of these digital signs?
When we look at the structure of these sign use districts, the parameters we're defining is to be able to understand place, location, and come to an agreement with the different stakeholders and how these sign use districts can perform. So the issue of value and cost and placement becomes part of that dialogue.
So then that puts everything on the table, so that when my constituents saying we get no money off of those signs, they make hundreds of thousands of dollars, we have a broke city treasury, there is a possibility within that we could do that?
When we look at the constitutionality of the last case and what they allowed for us, we have to be uniform in our judgment. We have to be using our discretion so that we're consistent with that ruling. So within those parameters, we can have those types of discussions. The real challenge here, from my point of view, is how we work with the planning department, with your staff, with the stakeholders, to start defining these boundaries and looking at the notion of how do we negotiate these exchanges.
Great.
So that there's a balance, a certain balancing point, but understanding what the law allows us to do in terms of implementing these sign use districts.
Great. Thank you. Thank you very much, too, Mr. President.
Thank you.
Have that dialogue.
Ms. Hahn is next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm understanding that this is just focusing on off-site signage. So at what point does our ordinance, are we looking at on-site for businesses to advertise their businesses? Is that going to be part of this at all? And when are we going to sort of tackle that language?
I appreciate that question, and you're right. The on-site issue is very different from off-site. So we are already doing our due diligence and looking at how we move on the on-site. There was an attempt a few years ago to take on that issue, but quite frankly, because of all the legal turbulence that was out there,
You wanted to focus on this.
we kind of pulled back and tried to create a sense of a methodology and how to approach the off-site, and now we're ready to go on the on-site issue.
I see.
But I need to put this, I want to describe the stage we're on. When we were doing that, we did not have 40% cutback on planning department. We've lost 40% of the staff. So between the other issues that we're going to be hearing in closed session and this, we're trying our best to move these very significant issues within the personnel that we have. Planning is going through a restructuring, the reorganizing, so hoping within that new approach, we can move on the on-site issue quicker.
Great,
But it's
thank
going to
you.
take us some time.
Okay, and I just really want to thank you, Ed, for your really hard work on this. I mean, this has been an incredibly complicated, convoluted project to, as you put it, get our control of the signage in our city, particularly for our residents. But I know on-site is another issue, and I have a lot of concerns from some of my small businesses in my district that have real concerns about the language that we use to ultimately regulate that. So I'll be interested in working with you on that. But good job, Ed.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's our last speaker. And thank you, Mr. Reyes, for the framing of that. We can go ahead on 26 now and take a vote. If we can please open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
That is approved. We'll next go out of order. Mr. Cardenas has asked for 49. If there's no objection, we'll take 49 out of order next. I'd like to recognize Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. I'd like to ask the Human Relations Commission, the staffers to come up, please, and I'd just like to thank my colleagues once again on the consistency of this council, that we've had resolutions and we've actually been very consistent about respecting every community and understanding that in this country every religion is respected, and that whatever the religion or whatever somebody's faith or country of origin or what have you, it's respected in the city of Los Angeles. And that's what this resolution is about, specifically focusing on the Muslim American community and the fact that their faith and their way of life should be respected. And so if we can have some comments from the Commission, brief comments. As you've seen, it's a very long agenda today, so if you could please give us some background on the relevancy here.
Thank you, Councilmember Cardenas. As you've mentioned earlier...
Your name, please?
I'm sorry. My name is Rumana Salian Saba. I'm with the City Human Relations Commission, and I want to thank you for introducing this resolution, and I want to thank you all for taking the time to listen to this resolution and the public comments to follow. As we all pride ourselves on being the most religiously diverse city, we also, as city government, shoulder the responsibility of ensuring religious freedoms to all. And this is what this resolution is about. It's to reaffirm our core value as a city and as a nation, that we protect religious freedoms for all, particularly for the Muslim American communities who in a post-9/11 era has gone through discrimination and has lived in fear of backlash. We are here today to support the Muslim American community as part of our religious diversity. The City Human Relations Commission has extensively worked on areas of interfaith, particularly in Muslim-Jewish dialogue. We've just recently hosted a public forum on religious pluralism shaping the American identity. And in that forum, many of those who attended expressed fear, not only within the Muslim community, but also outside of the Muslim community, fear of lack of knowledge, lack of understanding, and lack of knowing. Our commission also intends to expand this, and with the support of this resolution, our commission will continue on
to host and hold additional forums in various parts of the city, because there is a great need of allowing the dialogue, and there is a great need of raising the awareness. And this resolution will also support our commission in continuing to advocate for access and inclusion for all communities who are historically not have been included. And this is really the case in point for the Muslim American community, whose identity has continuously come into question. And so we urge you to pass this resolution, and we thank you again for taking the time to hear this resolution. Thank you, Councilman Cárdenas.
Good morning, Mr. President, and also members of the City Council. My name is Dr. Paula Cruz Takash. I am an anthropologist, and I'm also the Research Director of the UCLA North American Integration and Development Center. But I'm before you today as the Vice President of the Human Relations Commission. Fellow Commissioner Nariño Khalsa, to my left, is going to read shortly the City HRC's letter endorsing the important resolution on religious pluralism that was authored by Cárdenas and seconded by Parks. Now, the passage of this resolution will contribute to the City of Los Angeles's demonstrated record of calling out discrimination and all of its manifestations, be it ageism, classism, sexism, homophobia, racism, or religious. Now, the City Human Relations Commission and residents of Los Angeles were very proud when our mayor, Villaraigosa, and this council strongly spoke out against the anti-immigrant and most likely unconstitutional Arizona laws, even in the face of Arizona's threatened fiscal sanctions. Anti-discriminatory stands are also broadly supported by your constituents, as evidenced most recently in the very hard work taken on by the city's transgender community, together with our police force, the LAPD, and the Human Relations Commission, to better ensure that that community's rights are upheld and given the respect that they deserve. This is a body of work that will also come before the council in the future. And these are just two examples of many where this council and this city has stood up against discrimination. Now, given these precedences, the City Human Relations, itself a religiously diverse body reflective of the residents of Los Angeles, we ask that the City Council strongly affirm the Cárdenas Park resolution on religious pluralism that's before you. We don't need to be timid. We have a precedent. We can be proud of standing up against discrimination. Our elders remind us that an injustice done to one is an injustice done to all. The Human Relations Commission stands ready to join you in addressing discriminatory statements and actions against any religious peoples in this city and elsewhere, wherever they are manifested. I thank you very much, Commissioner Khalsa.
If you'll forgive me for being extra brief. Copies of the letter have been distributed to the council members. This is simply a no-brainer, I think, for everybody. Hatred and exclusionism have no place in Los Angeles. They have no place in America. And as long as they have in a place in the world, there won't be peace and prosperity. So again, I also, as a commissioner, my name is Nariño Singh Khalsa. I apologize. I'm a commissioner on the Human Relations Commission. I encourage you to support this. Thank you very much. Mr. President, do we have public comment cards?
Yes, we do. We can move to the public comment cards, and then we have a couple of the council members who will speak as well. But let's go to the cards. We have Samuel Chu as our first speaker. The Samuel Chu. And after that is Reverend Peter Lerman.
Good morning, Mr. President. Good morning, members of the council. And I want to thank you for Councilman Parks and Cárdenas for introducing this bill. I'm Samuel Chu. I'm the Executive Director for California Faith for Equality, which is the nation's largest interfaith organization that works for rights for gay and lesbian, bisexual, transgender people, as well as protecting religious freedom. And I also know many of you worked on projects in my other capacities as President of 1LA, which is the Industrial Area Foundation's affiliate here in Los Angeles, as well as a research fellow at the Center for Religion and Civic Culture in USC. I want to really bring out one point of the connection is that the business that you all have been discussing around the economic of the city is tied to the civic culture of the city. And this bill is this resolution is particularly important about connecting those dots together, about how we can promote civic participation and dialogue and respect across a variety of traditions that ties to all the little decision that happens in every level of lives that impacts our communities. Recently, California Faith for Equality saw how religious freedom can be used as a way of discrimination just in the marriage ban appropriated in the state in the appeal process, where a certain religious group was trying to impose their particular view to use the law to ban civil rights of other groups. And we actually filed a brief in the courts in the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeal to fight back that kind of use of religious rhetorics. And I think that is very consistent with the kind of work that I think we need to be advocating for here. And I want to advocate and really encourage you to vote and stand strongly on this particular resolution so that we can demonstrate not only pluralism, but civil respect and dialogue. And it's really at the heart of the transformation of the city of Los Angeles. Thank you very much.
John Walsh.
John Walsh, blogging at HollywoodHighlands.org. In the years 1968 and 1969, I lived in the Middle East, in the city of Jeddah, Arabia Saudia. I hope someday to address you in Arabic. We must fight for religious freedom. My ancestors, the Murphys, came here from Ireland and fought in the Revolutionary War. We fought for religious freedom. That's what we are. As far as other countries, that's why we don't live in those other countries, because they don't give us religious freedom. Freedom of religion, freedom from religion. 100%. I hope you back this. HollywoodHighlands.org. Thank you.
Dr. Clyde Williams.
Dr. Clyde Williams. Mahaba. Kif hal. Araf Arabi. I've lived in the Middle East a long time. I've experienced the Middle East in many ways. However, here we're in the United States. And rather than specifying Islamophobia, I would recommend that you change some wording. Supports the rights of religious liberty and tolerance, and opposes all acts of violence and repudiates those against Muslims and any other religious American. So why is it specific for Islam? I know Islam. I am not Islamic, but I respect it. So why identify it only to them? Make it fully protecting all Americans of any religious belief. Thank you.
Eric Green.
Good morning. It's a pleasure to be with you all here again and to be with you in my new capacity as Los Angeles Director of Progressive Jewish Alliance. I first want to thank Council Members Cardenas and Parks and also Council Member Alarcon for your leadership in bringing this important resolution to the Council today. And it is fitting that you are voting on this on the 219th anniversary of the day when another group of legislators voted to ratify the Bill of Rights. And those founding fathers wisely put religious liberty at the top of that list of sacred, cherished rights. And because they did so, and because our country has adhered to that, we have created one of the most culturally, religiously, intellectually diverse nations in the world. And Los Angeles is a wonderful reflection of that, America in microcosm. But adhering to that principle of religious liberty has been very challenging in tough times. Almost all ethnic and religious minorities in this country, Jews, Italians, Catholics, Irish, Asians, Latinos, any number of groups have faced hostility and discrimination, especially in times of fear and in times of war. And what we're seeing now today, the rise in Islamophobia across the country, is an ugly manifestation of that very old pattern. And we're seeing it in Southern California as well, which is one of the reasons why it's particularly important that you are standing up and taking this principled stand today, saying that Islamophobia, that bigotry, have no place in Los Angeles, has no place in one of the most ethnically diverse cities in the world, and that this body, which represents so much of the ethnic and religious diversity of our city, is standing up to take the principled stand that Los Angeles will continue to be a leader in how you make a multi-ethnic democracy function. I applaud you for your leadership, and thank you.
Reverend Peter Larman.
I likewise wish to thank the sponsors and all of you for considering this. I'm Peter Larman. I'm a Protestant minister. I'm director of a network called Progressive Christians Uniting, a network of individuals and congregations in Southern California. I think the point of departure on this is very simple. Ignorance promotes fear, promotes violence, and we are always, sadly, today very close to the point at which people will engage in violence against religious communities that they don't understand and have no interest in understanding. And therefore, it's important, it's not symbolic, it's important and substantive for this body to make this statement today and to say, in fact, that we are stronger together. We're stronger when we get to know our neighbors. We're stronger when we respect the basic principles that have allowed each group to be embraced over time. I'm sorry to say that in our region, Christian leaders have played a particularly vicious role in stoking Islamophobia. I regret that very much. We have a long way to go. I thank you for your clarity. I thank you for your courage, and I urge your action on this. Thank you very much.
Reverend Susan Russell, our final public speaker on this matter.
Thank you so much. I am the Reverend Susan Russell, a native Angelino, a member of All Saints Church in Pasadena, and also a canon of the Episcopal Diocese of Los Angeles. I urge your strong support for this important resolution. I think it's particularly important for people of faith to stand up for other people of faith, and as a Christian, I think we've been a big part of the problem. Therefore, I'm here to help us be part of the solution. Another reason I took time out of what is for me a rather busy week before Christmas in my line of work to come down and spend this wonderful morning with you is I'm also a military mom. And my son, who's done an active tour in both Iraq and Afghanistan, swore with his colleagues to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Islamophobia is an enemy of our equal protection in our Constitution for all American citizens. And so I urge full and complete support from this important body to stand for what my son is standing for liberty and justice for all, and for the kind of peace on earth we're all working towards. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Garcetti?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Cardenas, for bringing this before us and to our Human Relations Commission commissioners, as well as to our religious leaders and community leaders who are a part of this here today. About a year and a half ago on Shabbat, the Jewish holy day, I was stationed in Newport, Rhode Island, and went to the Toros Synagogue, which is the oldest synagogue in the United States of America. It was a synagogue in which a congregant, right after the American Revolution, wrote to the first president, General and then President George Washington, inviting him to come to the Newport in Rhode Island to visit. Moses Sixas was his name, and he asked the president to come, and the president wrote a letter to him back in response to the invitation, which every year is read in Rhode Island. Washington wrote that the citizens of the United States of America have a right to applaud themselves for giving to mankind examples of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation. All possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. It is now no more than toleration is spoken of, as if it was by the indulgence of one class of people that another enjoyed the exercise of their inherent natural rights. For happily, the government of the United States, which gives bigotry no sanction, to persecution no assistance, requires only that they who live under its protection should demean themselves as good citizens. And he concluded, may the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while everyone shall sit under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. Those words which were there in the founding of our nation inform the current chapter in our nation's history, when too many people still find themselves on the receiving end of bigotry, when statements that if they were translated for another group would not be accepted anymore in town hall meetings, when mosques are up for public hearings in bodies just like this to see whether they get land use approvals, or whether there's open debates about where houses of worship or who can live next door. There has been a permissiveness in the last 10, 15 years, especially around those members of this country who are Islamic and Arab many times, to be able to be included as full citizens. I was in a meeting 2 days ago about the garages at Hollywood and Highland, the P3, and somebody was saying, we don't even know what's going to happen. Who's going to own these garages? For all we know, it could be the Sheikh of Arabic who owns these garages soon. I think if that same thing had been said, if somebody said, we don't even know who's going to own these garages, it's going to be some Mexican who owns them, or it could be, some black person who owns them, it wouldn't have been accepted. But nobody in that room paused and said, wait a second, that was wrong to say. Because I think with the acceptance that has happened, that has so often swept people up when we are quiet and when we don't check that, we forget who we are as Americans. So I really want to thank the commenter who said this isn't about symbolism today. This is about protecting people. This is about potentially saving lives. And it's about also articulating what Los Angeles is about. When I was first elected, I was proud to represent the Islamic Center. Redistricting gave it by a block to Mr. Labange, but I still consider it part of the 13th District, and in the greater 13th, Mr. Labange. And very proud to represent Little Bangladesh with Mr. Labange and so many Muslim and Arab constituents that come here because they are looking for that very same light. Let us continue to be the light that Washington put forward, and let us be a city that embraces that and stands against Islamophobia. Thank you.
Mr. Rosendahl.
Yes, just to cue on that, the light that shines on all of us. In a pagan sense, the shortest day of the year is December 21st. In all religions, we realize that the light is the light of God, and the God is love. You can believe in a supreme being or not, but I'm wearing my red today basically to symbolize the holiday season that we're going in. There's no question about it that 9/11 inflamed an insanity on the earth directed at the Muslim community. It's always simple to point a finger at somebody, then realize that this is beyond that. So in this period of peace, in this period of love and light, as a gay guy, and this council supported me on many issues for my basic human rights, which we don't have, but we're still fighting and struggling for it. The Muslim community has been under attack in this great country, and I dare say all over the world, especially in Europe again, where I see the contentions happening. So whatever we can do to express love, and we can accept each other as sisters and brothers together, to see organized religion here in a positive way with love for each other, that's what we're all about. And this is a city of diversity. It's a microcosm of the planet. It blends everybody and everything. That's what's made America great. This was a place and is a place where you can come from anywhere and feel a sense of belonging and feel a sense of dignity. So this is indeed, in this holiday spirit, right now the right thing to do. We should have prejudice against no one. We should love thy neighbor as thyself. Thank you for putting this forward, everybody. Thank you.
Mr. Labange.
Thank you very much. I want to thank all the members of the Human Relations Commission and also the public speakers who spoke. Life is fragile every day, and every day you work on relationships and to heighten it. As Mr. Garcetti said, we share our borders, but there's no boundaries. And in our community is the Islamic Center of Southern California and Vermont, and we had a very robust, as Mr. Rosendahl likes to say, conversation on name identification. And the people from Bangladesh wanted a little something that says they're there. And working with the Korean American community, we found that. And it all works out through the spirit of cooperation. But the most important thing is to understand Los Angeles and its transformation. And I call the name out of Tom Bradley and John Farrell, who 6 years previous to 1984, on just an 8-7 vote, voted for the Olympic Games in 1984. The world came to Los Angeles. And since the world came to Los Angeles in 1984, but not all the world, because we had a boycott of the 1980 Games in Moscow, not all of them came, but many came, the most of any Olympics to that time. And it sort of started Los Angeles in this great transformation as a diverse, great diverse city.
that has truly been accelerated. And it's a short report, good report, ideas that are so important that we have to remind people how strong we are, that the world is in Los Angeles. And the faith is important, whatever your faith is, and I hope you have faith. If you don't have any faith, I have faith that you'll find it one day. But I will say that it's important that we have this great Constitution that has religious freedom and separation of church and state, and church and mosque, state, all that, but not church and community, not mosque and community, not temple and community. Be involved with communities. And just as I can maybe tell you about the council districts of Los Angeles, there's religious who can tell you about the temples of Los Angeles as they look at the neighborhoods, or the mosque, or the parishes. So I thank you, Mr. Carlos, I thank you. You always find a way to bring a good discussion in on a very important issue. And this is important at this time, that we embrace people and know that they're proud to be Angelenos and proud to be Californians and Americans. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. LeBon. Mr. Alarcon.
I just want to weigh in on the chorus of positivity. Speaking of positivity, that we are engaged in right now. It is the season, but I don't know that anybody can say it any better than Shakespeare's Shylock in Merchant of Venice. And I'm not going to repeat the quote because I wouldn't do it justice, but I reflect on my years as a city council member and thinking of all the people who have worked with me, and whether they be Catholics, Christians, Jews, or Muslims. In fact, my chief of staff is a Muslim, and when I hired them, I never asked them what their religion was. But what I can say is that starting from 1993, that the people that have worked for me have always been committed to improving Los Angeles. And I think that Los Angeles, which is this diverse experiment, each day we find new understandings emerging from our city. I think it is important for us to stand up and send messages to the rest of the world, where others would say, hey, that's none of your business, what's going on out there. Well, not only is it going on in our city, it's also a positive message that we can send about how people can be so diverse, so different in their orientation, so different in their experience, so different in their cultures and their beliefs and their values, and yet can work together toward positive results. And to think that any person of faith is brought to that faith by virtue of evil is such a gross exaggeration of reality. So it's important for those of us who have faith, who believe in positivity and the need for us to work together cooperatively despite our differences. I think it's important for us to stand up and let everybody know, to the extent that we can, that is the power that will prevail on earth. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn?
Thank you. Everything's been said, but hasn't been said by everybody. But I really want to thank the Commission and for the work that you do. And like Tom LeBon, I'm surprised that in your great speech earlier about our borders, that you did not bring up our Great Sister City program, because really that, I think, great idea by President Eisenhower over 50 years ago, but really it is ultimately about citizen-to-citizen diplomacy. The great problems and ills of our society are going to be solved by people, one to another, no matter where we lived. The whole world was watching recently when the Nobel Peace Prize was awarded to a man who's serving 11 years in a Chinese prison for standing up for the rights of those who are oppressed in China. And if there was a local peace prize, I'm sure our Human Relations Commission really would deserve to be nominated, because you all really are out there in the trenches continually to bring to the forefront those hot spots in the city that tend to arise randomly. and try to put it out before it becomes an enormous fire of discontent and violence, which could easily sweep our city at any time. I believe peace is very fragile. I believe relationships between people are very fragile. And this stance that we're taking today to condemn any random act of violence against Muslim Americans is the right thing to do. It's certainly a position we want to take, and we want to be known as a city council that stands up for the rights of all people, no matter what their background is, no matter what their religion is. This is a city where all can feel free to become whomever they want to be without fear of being oppressed, without fear of being, in fear of violence being put on them because of who they are or how they look. So applaud you for what you do, and hopefully people will begin to practice in 2011 more random acts of kindness towards each other, and that would be a resolution I hope everyone in this city takes on. So thank you for your work for peace.
Thank you. Mr. Cardenas, to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. In addition, I'd like to thank the people who came to City Council that weren't given the opportunity to sit at this desk here to brief us, and that's Aziza Hassan from the Muslim Public Affairs Council, Debbie Jaffe, Edan Small, and Judith Glass from the Progressive Jewish Alliance. Thank you so much for your presence and also the spirit that you bring to this effort as well. I'd like to as I reflected and listened to all the wonderful things that people said today, that I think the dialogue that we've heard over the last 15 minutes really is reflective of what this country is supposed to be like. It's supposed to be a country of embrace and acceptance of everybody, to be non-judgmental, to give everybody the same opportunity to be themselves and prove themselves to be good people and worthy of our respect and our embrace and our love as well. But at the same time, I'd like to say something that just occurred just a few minutes ago, which could have been taken in many different ways or considered or reflected upon in many different ways. Earlier today, one of my colleagues was speaking, Mr. Dennis Zine was speaking, and I was speaking to my colleague next to me, and I interrupted him, and he actually had the floor. And he called out to me, and instead of him and I being upset with each other, I immediately understood that I was incorrect and that I shouldn't have done that and that I did affect him. I went over to him and I apologized. But I apologized him as one human being to another. We are, in fact, colleagues. But I didn't look at him and say, well, I offended my Lebanese friend, my Lebanese colleague. I only saw him as a fellow human being. I didn't say to myself, I need to treat him differently because of his background or his persuasion or his faith or what have you. I only looked at him as a fellow human being. And to me, that is what this is really about. This is trying to remind the people of Los Angeles and calling ourselves to also work with and remind our federal government, which is part of this resolution, and to remind everybody that we can affect to please, please, please treat people with equality. Treat people with respect, but more importantly, check yourself. Understand that you start the ball rolling sometimes when you initiate bias, when you allow yourself to go along with the crowd because it appears to be popular or appears to be something that you actually don't even really believe in, but you follow along with or you contribute to, and it's something negative. Whether it's trying to go along with the crowd because at that moment in time, perhaps somebody is gay bashing. Or to go along with the crowd because somebody says, reflective of this event that occurred in this country, we should treat certain people who dress a certain way or a certain faith a certain way, which is in a negative sense. This resolution is about reminding ourselves as individuals. It is our individual actions that we can control. And it is our individual actions that unfortunately, can actually combine itself in mass and do terrible, terrible things. We are responsible for ourselves. This resolution is an opportunity for us to not only reflect on others or other people's faiths, but actually question ourselves and say, what do I stand for? Not what I write about,
not what I espouse, but what do I actually stand for? And am I willing to correct myself? Am I willing not to hide behind my ego? Am I willing to just be the American that I claim to be proud of? Am I willing to be the person who follows a certain faith, and every single faith that I'm aware of, interpreted properly and correctly, says treat everybody equally, even if they're not of your faith?
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
That's what this resolution is really, really about. I hope children are watching. I hope people who have made mistakes are watching. And I hope that they understand that you don't have to repeat those mistakes. You don't have to follow the leader. You don't have to follow bad actions because of a crowd. You don't have to do things because other people seem to say it's okay right now. It's never okay.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you.
All right. Appreciate you very much and your work on this. With that, we will take a vote on this resolution for the full council. Let us please open the roll. Please close the roll and tabulate the vote.
15 ayes.
Thank you. And like all items today, we'll send that forthwith to the mayor. Thank you very much, and we appreciate your good work on this. Thank you. If we can call the roll for the special meeting, please.
Hallerkern, Cardenas, Hahn, Weezer, Koretz, Krikorian, Labange, Parks, Perry, Reyes, Rosendahl, Smith, Wesson, Zine, Garcetti, 15 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
All righty. If we can go through the items.
Item 57 is an item for which public hearing has been held.
Okay. And Mr. Parks wanted to call that special, I know. So we'll call that special. Next item.
Item 58 is an item for which public hearing has not been held. 10 votes are required for consideration.
We have cards, and we'll call that special for Ms. Hahn. Absolutely. We'll take that first. And any other items?
Items 59 and 60 are items scheduled for closed session, sir.
Okay. We will keep those before us, and we've had a request to take 58 next out of order. We've had some very patient students, I know, here, and thank you. Ms. Hahn, would you like to say some comments at the outset?
Yeah, just briefly, colleagues, thank you for allowing this special agenda item to be held right now. We have students and principal and who are here from the Port of Los Angeles High School to give a few comments on this item, and they're anxious to get back to school. They apparently have finals that they have to get back and study for. But I hope they have enjoyed listening to the discourse here in City Hall today, and I hope it's been a great civics lesson for you as you sat out in the audience for the last hour. Colleagues, what this is before us today, and we're going to have some of them speak, this is to approve a purchase agreement between this high school and the Port of Los Angeles. It's the Port of Los Angeles Charter High School, who has been occupying a building that the Port of Los Angeles owns, but has always wanted to purchase this building. And by the way, the State Lands Commission, which governs how ports operate and how they spend their revenue, insisted that the port ultimately sell this building to the high school. This high school has an incredible history. It's only a few years old. It had its first graduating class a couple years ago. They started out in very meager surroundings. They actually had classes out on the beach at Cabrillo Beach before they had a home. They've done extensive work on this building. They want to purchase this building. And I'm going to let them speak now. We'll have them speak and talk about their experiences at this high school, and you will hear, my friends, today of a school that is succeeding, of a school that has a 100% graduation rate, of a school that is educating these students to find a place in the world, particularly in the international trade industry. And while the news is dominated by failing schools, the news is dominated by budget cuts and people making excuses on why kids can't be educated, you will hear this afternoon of a school that has really exceeded the expectations of all of us who were there when the school started. So let's have public comment at this point, and then I'll wrap up in conclusion.
All righty. We have 5 speaker cards. John Walsh was our first. Okay, he passes. Mr. Wayne Spindler is second.
All right. Oh, the clock's ticking, right?
Go ahead. We'll give you a couple.
Okay. Yes, What a nice idea to start selling the city's assets. But this is from the Harbor Department. So again, with the city's impending bankruptcy, you're going to have to determine whether or not the Harbor Department, the Airport Department, and the Department of Water and Power are truly independent entities of the city of Los Angeles. So you shouldn't be selling these assets yet, because the city's budget crush may come into play on this. It says that the net proceeds are going to be about $4 million. If this is near the beach and near the coast, I can tell you that coastal property on the beach goes for a little bit more than $4 million for a large parcel of property, usually. That's my understanding. But again, it's not going to matter what I say, because this has already been prepackaged, and it's all in the name of education, and it's all been ratified. But I'll just say that we're going to see more of this, and all the goodies of the city are going to be given away basically in these sales to private entities, and this is just another example. So the school might as well jump in. One thing I'd like to do, I want to buy the DWP building, the John Ferraro building, for $50,000. I will agree to buy it if you'll sell it to me for $50,000, because I think it's a good price. And giving away waterfront property for $4 million net, when it's worth probably $50 to $100 million, that's a great deal. And then, of course, under the education code, if the school decides to dissolve and seek being a school and become a private entity, they'll make about $50 million profit on this. So thank you very much.
Our next speaker is James Cross, and then Tom Scotty. Very formal of you, but good to see you.
Nice to see you. Thank you. My name is James Cross. I'm the Executive Director of Port of Los Angeles High School, and it's indeed a pleasure to be before you today. We have been waiting a long, long time. This is a historic day, but we've had many, and I'd like to just run through a little bit of our history. You heard from Councilwoman Hahn that we started in September of 2005, literally in the sand at Cabrillo Beach, because our building wasn't ready. We moved into our building that we're leasing in January of 2006, and in 2008, June, we received a 5-year charter renewal, which is a giant milestone if you understand charter schools. We received in February of 2009, we received an WASC accreditation so that the colleges and universities of the state and the nation will accept our classwork. And then in June of 2009, we had our first graduating class. That was 100% graduation rate, with 97% of those graduates going to college and the remaining three graduates going into the Air Force. 1 year later, our second graduating class also had 100% graduation rates and a 98% college acceptance rate. 16% of our 2011 graduates will be the first in their family to graduate from high school. And 69% of those graduates will be the first in their families to go to college. We have 64% Hispanic, 20% Caucasian, 7% African American, 2% Asian Pacific Islander, 2% Native American, and 5% everything else. So we do represent just what you were talking about in your previous motion, a real balance, a real urban school that has a history of success. Last year in the summer, we had 400 applicants for 250 positions, so we only had our first lottery.
Thank you, and I have to try to stay as even as possible for everybody, but
thank you very much.
We appreciate your great work very much. Tom Scotty is our next speaker. After that is Sophia Abundis. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you. It's an honor to stand before you. I wanted to first let you know that as I'm sitting here and listening to all of you, what came to mind is that there are many parallels between education and politics. Those of us in the professions, we rarely receive much celebration over our accomplishments, but we hear a lot about our shortcomings. And I want you to know that we really appreciate the hard work that's been done, especially by our Councilwoman Janice Hahn, the City Attorney Carmen Trutanich, and Mayor Villaraigosa. And I thank all of you in advance for helping to support a really good cause. And the 850 students that are at the Port of Los Angeles High School and the thousands that will come through in the future, these are citizens of the residents of the City of Los Angeles that you are educating and preparing for their future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your work as well. Sophia Abundis is our last speaker. Thank you for your patience. Welcome.
Hello. My name is Sophia Abundis, and on behalf of the students at the Port of LA Charter High School, we are thankful for your support in purchasing the building, and a special thanks to our Councilwoman Janice Hahn and the City Attorney and the Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Come back anytime to visit us, as long as it's not during school hours, okay? Thank you so much. And with that, we will go ahead and vote on. Ms. Hahn, did you want to say anything else?
No, just to thank you all for coming down here to support it. It's one of the schools I am most proud of. It's certainly a success so far, but purchasing the building is the next logical step to allowing the Port of Los Angeles High School to continue their mission of educating students and preparing them for great careers. Many times, the Port of Los Angeles has seemed a bit disconnected from students in the harbor area, and this school capitalizes on the fact that they're so close to the Port of Los Angeles and the opportunities that are available through the Port of Los Angeles for careers and the next educated and well-trained workforce is made very apparent in this school. So I hope you vote yes. The Port of Los Angeles has been working very closely to negotiate the sales price, and it's one that everyone agrees on. And I want to thank everybody for their hard work making this happen today. So I would love to have an aye vote on this proposal.
Thank you, and congratulations, Ms. Hahn. I know you've talked to all of us for many, many years about this and been such a great champion of the school, so thank you for that good work. Let's go ahead and prepare the roll, and please tabulate the vote.
14 ayes.
That is approved, and we'll move forward, and we will send that to the mayor forthwith. Thank you very much. The bad news is back to school, but thank you for being here. We are going to continue in the closed session, in the special meeting. Under our council rules, we have to continue and finish out the special meeting agenda. We do have two items, number 60 and 59. We have special counsel from out of the city, outside counsel on number 60. I'm going to ask members to go to the executive board so that the public isn't inconvenienced and you don't have to go anywhere on item 60. We'll come back to hear public comment on 59 as well after that, but we'll take item 60 next, and we'll do that in executive session. Sorry. Yeah, and we still have 50, so we still have the rest of the special meeting agenda as well. So if council members would please go to the executive conference room, we'll take up item 60 back there. Under California state law, a closed session for a legal matter that is before us on item number 60. Thank you. back in, or we're shortly going to be back in open session to take public comment on 59 before conferring with our council on item number 59. I think and we really do thank people for their patience. The last two meetings of the year pack a lot of things into them, so thank you everybody for your patience. We are back on television and we're back in open session. Mr. Clerk, do we have a quorum here in chambers? Well, I know a couple people were taking a restroom break for a second. As soon as they're back, we will begin. We do have 10 members. Arnold Sachs is our first speaker on item number 59. He'll be followed by William Leahy. If we can take up item 59, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Arnold Sachs. Two things. In this settlement, was the language of the ordinance addressed? I seem to remember that when you had the hearings here and you had all the speakers come up, and you had the CAO and the CEO, and you had requests to send it back to committee for maps and remaps and new maps and more maps. Not once in any of the hearings that you had here in the chambers, and I can't imagine anywhere else, was it discussed about the management hierarchy of the actual collectives. So I was wondering if the ordinance language had been addressed. And number two, just out of curiosity, because it seems like the business of the city is to generate billable hours, is this an in-house attorney or an out-house attorney that was representing the city in this lawsuit? Billable hours. It's like the firm comes to life.
Our next speaker is William Leahy. After that is Sarah Armstrong. Thank you again for your patience.
Good afternoon. My name is William Leahy. For 5 years, I've been coming here. I think I see you more than I see some of my grown children. We've come a long way. We now have another opportunity. We had a working committee of very fine people. We mentioned before Joanna LaForce, Yami, other people that worked very hard to supply you all with information that was helpful for the ordinance. And when the ordinance finally came out, I saw little to none of what this working committee supplied for you. Then I've seen the medical marijuana situation become sort of a political ally of sorts, and we defeated that. The citizens of Los Angeles clearly made it known that they didn't care for that. You represent the citizens, and we need your help. Leonard Cohen, a great troubadour, once said there's a crack in everything that lets the light in, and I think Judge Moore has made that crack. He's opened that light up, and this is an opportunity for all of us to come back and set the record straight, make this an ordinance that we can be proud of, that the state can be proud of. We can look at some of the things. The state allows 600 feet, not 1,000 feet. We need to look at that. There are many other little small things that need to be done, and it's the responsibility of us to come to you, ask for your help, and receive your help. So I stand before you today, as I have for the last 5 years, asking for you to please consider every action, call upon us, put that working force back together, and rely on the information that's supplied to you, and let's make this an ordinance that we can be proud of. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Sarah Armstrong is our next speaker. After that is Yamileth Bolanos.
Sarah Armstrong, founding member of the working group. Today you'll go into closed session, and I know it will be a most productive session. I would like to ask the council if they would ask the city attorney's office to consider a stay on the cases that involve the management issues. We have BC 444336, where the city attorney's office sued 135 of the pre-ICOs. 70 of us had management that they wanted to explore more. The city heard us, enacted changes in the ordinance, and you have already gone ahead with an administrative remedy. By this Friday, we must submit our paperwork. As an administrative remedy now exists to solve this very difficult and expensive part of the court case, I'm hopeful that the city attorney's office will ask the judge to simply hold the case in abeyance until such time as we can work our way through the administrative solution. Those of us that still have a problem can then go back into court and litigate it. In the meantime, the city will not be spending much money on this. They can turn their attention to other things. We can concentrate on obeying the new ordinance, which I'm sure will be a lot more helpful than the old one was. But by doing this, by simply setting this court case aside for a little while, you give everybody a chance to avail themselves of administrative remedies. And traditionally, courts have been very happy to do this. They usually prefer that you just take care of all your administrative remedies before you go into court. Colleen Courtney, who is one of the best attorneys in the city's office, is here today. She's very, very good with these procedural matters, and perhaps she could guide you towards a solution in this matter. I hope you will include it on the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yamileth Bolanos. After Yamileth will be Oliver Summers.
Good afternoon,
Good
City
afternoon.
Council. My name is Yamilet Bolaños. I am a registered resident of the City of Los Angeles. I am patient operator for Pure Life Alternative Wellness Center, and I'm president of the Greater Los Angeles Collectives Alliance. I'm here today to thank you from the bottom of my heart for making the proper and just amendments that you made last week on this ordinance. Half the battle is accepting that there's something wrong and moving forward to fix it. Now the judge has given you guys explicit and very simple rules to follow in order to fix the other bad parts of this ordinance. And I applaud that. The only thing is that a couple of years ago, Eric Holder said that the DEA would not come and attack the dispensaries in the city of Los Angeles or any state where medical marijuana was legal. And guess what? Everybody in Los Angeles heard, let's open up a dispensary. Okay? So, as of yesterday, and I have copies here for everybody, if the bailiff could come and take this, and, excuse me, sir, could you come and, somebody come? Okay, and give them out. These, as of yesterday, are from a popular medical marijuana website that is announcing grand openings in the city of Los Angeles as of yesterday, and there's copies of Craigslist, of ads selling dispensaries in the city of Los Angeles. What they heard by the judge's decision was open up more dispensaries in the city of Los Angeles. That's what they heard, and that's what's going on. Winston Churchill once said, Americans always do the right thing after they've tried everything else. We need to do the right thing. This city council, I'm asking you as Americans, as Angelinos, and as elected officials of the city of Los Angeles, to do the right thing for the city, for the patients of the city of Los Angeles today. You guys have taken 4 years to create what you created. Now please listen to the judge. He's the only one that has any sense. Please, please help the patients of the city of Los Angeles today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Oliver Summers is next. Then Dejay Kuti.
Good afternoon. It's me again. 5 years passed, and we are at the point now where exactly what we told you was going to happen happened. We said that this ordinance was unconstitutional. And guess what? Judge determined it was unconstitutional. You have been given such a great opportunity here today. Nobody gets this, only in the great country of America. A second chance to vote and work for the medical cannabis community. Let's take this opportunity and work with it. We've been standing here. I am the kind of guy that you want to help you working in the medical cannabis community. You don't want these guys who are going to come in and open up. As of this morning, as Yanni just pointed out, there have been reopenings like crazy. People are talking about how they're allowing smoking back on their premises, and you can come in and get a hit of hash at their counter and go hang out with your friends or whatever. That's not medicinal cannabis. We've been working for so long to try and make something worthwhile for you guys to work with and be proud of in the city of Los Angeles. Right over there above that, it says law is reason without passion. Well, let's ignore all our feelings about how you grew up being told cannabis was the great devil weed and you're going to ruin your whole life with reefer madness and white men were going to go rape women and all of this fun stuff. Remove the passion. Think of the law. Safe access is what the people of California voted for. That is what we're going for, and that's what we want. So let's just keep that in mind. And I'd just like to say something. Some council members today during the religious discussion were talking about community. They were talking about compassion and all of that. Well, guess what? The subname of the Medical Cannabis Act was the Compassionate Use Act. Compassion towards your fellow citizen. Well, guess what? You can put that into practice by not just saying something on a religious basis, but actually putting it into a physical basis. Show compassion towards your fellow people. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dejay Kuti. And after that, Nisam Humid.
Happy holidays, council members. Dejay Kuti, Patient Advocacy Network, Patients for Compassionate Use Policies, and the Committee to Support Good Government and Accountability in Los Angeles. Earlier, you were talking about community and protecting the community and recognizing the diversity of the city of Los Angeles. Let me also remind you that there is a very large and strong medical cannabis community that's also part of Los Angeles, and I hope that you will think as much about protecting that community as other members of the city of Los Angeles. Let's also hope that it doesn't take you as long to fix this ordinance as it did to get the first one on the books. At the risk of sounding redundant, I'm going to again urge you to create and seat a medical cannabis working group or advisory board as soon as possible, and let's get started on the rest of the amendments. I spoke with the counsel for the plaintiffs this weekend. They had a meeting. They have requested through Judge Moore to have a dialogue with the city attorney's office, specifically to talk about amending this ordinance and hopefully staving off any further litigation. I hope that this council will also move in the direction of working with the patient community, the providers, along with the concerned citizens, and let's get an ordinance that really works, not one that's going to damage the community any further. Part of that, and I know that my time isn't going to allow me to elaborate, but I think one of the important things that I saw in this judge's decision, and I attended all of the hearings, was that this isn't just a public safety ordinance, this is part public safety, part zoning. And as a result of that, these collectives need to have their due process, they need to have neutral hearings, they need to be able to request a variance and the other things. And let's let the dispensaries and their neighborhoods work this out and get basically you out of the process, and let's let the community work this out and figure out what's best. Thank you. Have a good holiday.
Thank you. You too. Sam Human is our next speaker, and then Wayne Spindler.
Honorable members of the City Council, thank you for taking the time to go through this issue again. My name is Sam Hamid. I operate Perennial Holistic Wellness Center in Studio City. When I addressed the council a few weeks ago, I urged you to take the opportunity to review this ordinance as a whole. Last week before my birthday, Judge Moore granted my ultimate wish with an injunction against a heavily flawed ordinance. Instead of working for the people we serve, we have wasted insurmountable amounts of time and money in and out of court chasing our tails to end up here today. You are the people's elected officials because the people believe you to be the wisest people in the land. You are expected to use this wisdom in the search of the truth for the benefit of the people. The truth is, people want medical cannabis in Los Angeles, and they want the City Council to properly and without prejudice find a way to accommodate every pre-ICO dispensary that has jumped through the city's ever-changing hoops of fire. The world is watching and waiting for your next move. Do what is expected of you. Communicate with the city attorney. Work with the ASA. Work with GLACA. Talk to your constituents. Open your offices to the other dispensary operators so we can explain our individual situations to you. Be wise with your powers for the good of the people, and grandfather in every pre-ICO dispensary. And give them the time and leeway they need to meet whatever new legal standard you devise. Thank you and have a great holiday.
Thank you very much. You as well. Wayne Spindler is our last speaker on item 59.
Well, it's Jane Usher's baby. She needs to be fired now because, I believed in Jane Usher. I thought she drafted that ordinance correctly. I was wrong. She's got to go, out. And Trutanich, resign. You need to resign, for two reasons. First, you treated the potheads unfairly, and secondly, you screwed the homeowners. So we're all screwed now. The judges, I heard on the radio about this judge, who probably, maybe at one time didn't inhale, but maybe he grabbed a pot cigarette. I can tell you, I've never used this crap. Don't need it. It's an addictive narcotic. 16% of high school students are using this crap. They start at an earlier age. In CD3, there was a place called Happy Cation. I never forget the name of it. There's an old Pollo Loco there and a Domino's Pizza. Domino's Pizza had to move out of there because there were so many potheads standing around there that when they were getting their deliveries in and out of their, all the potheads were in there buying their pot, loitering. And then the people would buy it with the prescriptions, go out and sell it. Denizine's familiar with this. They shut down. After you guys approved that final ordinance and the shutdowns came, they're gone. Now that shopping center is it is fully rented now. They just rented out all of the spaces to new businesses. This is a cancer. This is a disaster for the city. You shouldn't allow this at all. But if you do allow it, it opens the door to exactly what's happening. More of the dispensaries are going to open illegally. They're going to make millions of dollars. They're going to lawyer up. And now with this new ruling, thanks to Jane Usher and Carmen Trutanich not doing their job, now the city is legally on the hook, and we're going to see more and more and more pot usage in this city. So, goddamn to the homeowners. Thank you.
Mr. Zion, before we go into closed session, would you like to say something in open session?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to acknowledge the hard work that's been done by this council. I remember many hours we've spent here discussing this, the community, those folks that want to run legitimate medical marijuana facilities to help those people that need medical marijuana. So I want to acknowledge those folks, and it's frustrating for me, and I'm sure my colleagues as well, it is for the folks that are trying to do this in a legal fashion, where it keeps on going in the merry-go-round. And when I heard the judge's decision, it was very frustrating once again. But I remember coming up with this, and it seems like it was 5 years ago, and time goes very, very slow in government. But we need to come to a resolution, and as the people have voted to establish these with the proper regulations, so we don't have a proliferation as we had once before, and we get legitimate places operate in a legitimate fashion. People that need medical marijuana can get that without having the fear of the place being shut down or being arrested. And I hope that we can come to this resolution sooner than later for the benefit of those legitimate operators as well as those people who need medical marijuana to continue living as normal life as possible with the illnesses and the concerns that affect them. So I just want to put that on the record, that as the author of this motion from the get-go, it's very, very frustrating to see us back here again, and the dedication of those folks that are operating legitimate facilities, some I visited personally with some of my colleagues. We want to put this to rest once and for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Zine. We'll now, in accordance with California state law, go into closed session on this item. We thank everybody again really for their patience. We do have, at the end of the special meeting, or we have other items in the special meeting which will be back in open session shortly thereafter. So we will come back into open session. We also have in the regular meeting one closed session item and a couple remaining open session items. So if we can clear the council chambers, and we will come back to the full chambers with open session shortly. Thank you.
cancel 4 o'clock. Tell them to cancel.
Back in open session on this item, Mr. Reyes, I think you had some instruction for direction for the drafting of an ordinance.
Thank you, Council President. Essentially, we're focused on trying to close that window and keeping our neighbors safe. With that, we'd like to instruct the city attorney to draft revised ordinance addressing the court's directive and hopefully put together our strategy before the January 7th deadline as defined by the courts.
Okay. So, yes, Mr. City Attorney, do you want to?
I would also suggest that the council instruct the city clerk to place that ordinance on the January 4th agenda.
Yes, we'll work with the city clerk to agendize that for January 4th. And thank you, Mr. Reyes. Without objection, those instructions, the city attorney can go ahead and move forward with that. Thank you. Ms. Hahn.
Yeah, Mr. President, I would like to ask that item 58 go forthwith to the mayor.
Everything's going to go forthwith today to the mayor. 100%.
Still.
Okay, we respect it, and we will make sure that happens.
Extra forthwith.
Very well
58.
said, Ms. Hahn. It'll happen for sure. Do we have anything left from the special meeting, Mr. Clerk?
57, sir.
Okay.
And there is a 57A that has been circulated.
All right, item 57 is now before us. Mr. Parks.
Let me defer. This came out of Mr. Smith's committee, but we can just ask set it up.
Sorry, you said something about Mr. Smith? You're deferring to Mr. Smith first. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know it's getting hard to focus at this point in the afternoon for everybody, but we're okay. I'm speaking for myself. It's getting hard to focus in this in the afternoon. What you have before you is the proposal that was brought forward from the police department and via the police commission as well, with some restrictions on the commission's point of view as to how we deal with the opening of the Metropolitan Detention Center. I asked the chief to come forward and represent the department, CLA, CAO. I know there's a lot of discussion that's been going on all day about how we resolve this issue. What you have, ladies and gentlemen, is a situation where we built, with the bond money, a new Metropolitan Detention Center, a new jail. It is occupied by some of our employees, but not being used as a jail. We have personnel working in there, so we have the ongoing personnel costs of security, lights, water, etc. But the jail function, which is what its primary function is not open. Before you is the proposal that was brought forward, and that is to utilize 83 sworn officers on their first deployment after they get out of the academy in their first field function, be wheeled, as they call them, the police department, wheeled into there in their first deployment to serve as detention officers to allow us to open it. There was discussion that Mr. Karnes will bring forward about whether or not we should go forward and continue to utilize furloughs on detention officers while we're bringing in sworn officers to do that job. And the department will explain to you the ins and outs, the dollars involved. That I can only tell you the problem with that is, and Mr. Karnes will address that, is you have to come up with $1 million if you're going to take them off furlough. I personally love that concept, but I don't know where we get the $1 million, and that's the question that I've asked Mr. Karnes to discuss. The bottom line is we need to close the facility at Parker Administration Building, the old Parker Center, which is 75% empty at this time. It is, for one, a condemned building. We must close it. Two, the bond requires to take possession and utilize the jail as a jail sooner or later. That sooner is coming very soon. Three, we have health issues in that the plumbing in the old Parker Center, the old municipal detention center, continues to rupture, continues to spew human waste on current employees that are working in the basement areas of Parker Center, puts us at great risk. There's a lot of problems with us maintaining that facility. If you have not been to the old jail, you would be really very upset to see what we are keeping these people in. Whether we like them or not, they are human beings,
and we cannot continue to allow the city to run that jail in that condition, treat those people the way they are treated in that circumstance when we have a jail sitting right next door that's being empty and not being utilized. We knew all along that the opening of the new jail would require more personnel, and now we're in a budget crisis that we don't have those personnel. So what is before you today, as Chief Beck explained to me, as Chief Moores explained to me, as Chief MacArthur explained to me, and Jerry Chaliff, is the worst possible idea we could come up with, except all the other ideas that have been put forward are actually worse. And so this is not something the police department wants to do. This is not a permanent solution to the problem, but rather a short-term recommended fix to opening the jail with personnel that we have without any additional budget constraints on the department. So with that, I will turn it over to the member of the council for questions and answers. And Mr. Carter has a proposal, Mr. Parks has some issues. The department's here to answer those questions. And I'll end now and let the department make an opening statement, and then we'll go forward.
Jerry Chaliff, Los Angeles Police Department. As Councilman Smith said, this is not, and Chief Moore is on his way to answer the technical questions about deployment and arrest. This is not something the department wants to do. It's something we feel we have to do because of the conditions of the jail. The jail's open. The new jail is open. Property division is in there. The only people not in there are the people it was designed for, which are the prisoners. They're still in Parker Center Jail. It requires us to maintain 2 security desks. The plant is not in the best shape of Parker Center. It never has been. And it's a risk management issue for everybody, both the employees and the prisoners in the jail. We would love to be able to afford to, well, first of all, let's start, if we did not furlough the detention officers, we'd only save about 27 positions, which means we'd still have to transfer officers into the jail. Second part is we don't have the $1 million in our budget, as you'll see when we get to the financial status report and operational plans. We are right now at about $100,000 surplus for our operational plan. We don't have the $1 million to pay to eliminate these furloughs, to come up with a small number of save a small number of officers, which Chief Moore can tell you, which would end up being about 11. Why don't you jump in and
as to
the furloughs, the saving the 27 officers.
Good afternoon, Assistant Chief Mike Moore, Office of Special Operations. The elimination of the furloughs would allow us to send back 27 officers, if you will, lower the estimate of officers from 56 to 83.
I'm sorry, the Office of Public Safety is out of order. But we will continue. I think the test has been a success. Please continue.
It would allow us, instead of having to transfer 83 officers, it would lower that number to 56. So a difference of 27 officers. However, it would still require the 56 plus the 5 supervisors.
How many units would that be?
The 27 officers amounts to approximately 11 shifts a day. It's approximately 5 to 6 cars, a 12-hour shift of 2 officers working. An example of this would be in the San Fernando Valley, which many councilmen here are aware. We deploy 105 to 110 cars at any one time. It would lessen that by 5 to 6 cars if the valley were to take the burden of this entire matter, which of course it wouldn't. Following concern that was expressed in public safety on Monday as to how this would impact the various areas, the average would be approximately 4 officers per area would be pulled from those areas to staff this plan if all 83 were deployed to the jail.
And then again, the bottom line is the $1 million. Excuse me. We just don't have the $1 million. And if we took it to do this, then we'd have to find something else would have to suffer.
Mr. Parks.
Mr. Chairman, on your last comment, I think the city's in the same boat that you are. And so I think that's what our dilemma is. One of the things I was going to ask from the CAO, how long do we expect to stay in the Parker Center, and how much does it cost us per year?
In terms of jail operations or
No, just keeping that building operational.
Assuming that at some point we do in fact open the detention center, the last remaining people in the facility in Parker Center are scientific investigation staff. I believe they're on 3 different floors still of Parker Center. Their new facility is currently being built out in Piper Tech. I believe the most recent schedule for that has them moving in early 2013?
No,
Is that correct? Early 2012?
Yes.
So at that point, Parker Center would be completely vacant. As for a periodic cost of keeping that operational, I don't have that immediately available, but we can
I think
certainly
you gave us
look
a
into
while
that.
back is $800 to $1 million
Annually?
per year.
That sounds ballpark correct.
Let me just ask also, could you explain again what the urgency, if we're currently in Parker Center and we're running a jail operation, what the urgency of making this move at this critical time with funds the way they are?
I believe the primary driver on the urgency, as Mr. Smith stated, is the health concerns and the safety concerns for both arrestees and for city staff working in the current facility, which, as I'm sure you know, is not state-of-the-art.
Okay. Let me just ask, is there 2 considerations I didn't see in the report? Is there any consideration about deferring a sworn class to recoup funds for this? Or has there been any consideration of looking at the deployment of station officers currently on a 3-day work week, and how much more resources you might achieve?
We have certainly costed out how much the hiring classes are worth. In the strict terms of this report, we didn't lay that out, but certainly we have those numbers at our fingertips.
Because what my concern is that all of these costs that you're talking about in this report are ongoing. So you're going to have to find money for next year. If you keep hiring at the rate that's proposed, it's about $3 million this year, but about $14 million next year. So that's $17 million in 18 months.
Correct.
And this is a department whose budget is $30 million to the deficit today. So I'm just looking to see, is there something internal in the sense of looking at better ways than just saying, we don't have the money, can somebody find it? And again, the other part of it is, and I think the commission took a position, the video issue, if you take the $2.5 million today and use a portion or all of it, how are you going to replace it next year, particularly in light of $300, maybe $400 million shortfall next year?
Certainly to the last question, using the in-car video money from this year is definitely a one-time fix for an ongoing problem.
That's right.
Our office was essentially trying to find a pot of money to fill the hole in the current year, and acknowledging that hole for in-car video would need to be filled in the overall context of the 11-12 budget.
But we'd also have to fill what you're funding today.
Correct.
And so that means you got to find the money from where you're taking it, and then these are ongoing costs that you're now proposing.
Correct.
Which is somewhat inconsistent with our budget policies.
So it is.
Okay. So, it looks like we're digging a bigger hole. And it looks like there may be other alternatives, and I would hope that as the CEO continues to look at this, that one of those alternatives, in the sense of deferring a class to look at the work schedule and a variety of things that could help out of this hole, as opposed to saying, we need $1 million and we need you to find it.
I think deferring the class, again, is essentially a one-time savings also. Not to say you can't look at it.
If you don't hire it, it's not a one-time.
Well, if you skip a class, that's ongoing savings. Deferring a class would not be. In
If you
terms of
defer it
other
to next
ways,
year.
in terms of other areas the department can save, all I can really do is assure you that our office continues to work with the department constantly to try and minimize the costs. But it is a very large department, and the council and mayor have pretty consistently advised and instructed that sworn hiring is not really a negotiable factor.
At what point, is it bankruptcy, or at what point is it negotiable?
At the risk of sounding flippant, I believe that's up to this body.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's why I brought it up. I'll push my button again.
If I can add one thing, the point that Councilman Parks just made about digging a deeper hole is why we moved deployed officers into the jail rather than try to hire new detention officers this year or eliminate furloughs.
Thank you, Mr.
Just
Card.
as a point of clarification regarding Parker Center, this plan would allow us to reduce it to one public counter, which I believe was earlier discussed. We are down to 2 floors on that building with the elimination of the jail SID, the polygraph section, and their photograph and fingerprint comparison. And we believe that we'll be able to control the ingress and egress from that facility by capitalizing on the front desk that's at the MDC. Today, we cannot do that. We have to post a front and back. At Parker Center, a constant front staffing on the counter because of the amount of arrestees that are constantly being released and attorney visits, in addition to staffing a front counter at the MDC with the opening of property division there. And then finally, the MDC is effectively open. It is staffed. Property division is entirely in that facility. It's operational every day. The building's utilities and everything are operational. So everything is there except for the prisoners, which and we recognize the impact that's having on our fiscal situation.
Thank you, Mr. Cardenas is our next speaker, then Ms. Hahn, Mr. Reyes, Mr. Koretz, and Mr. Alacon. Mr. Cardenas.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank Councilmember Smith and Councilmember Parks. They've been working on this both in the Public Safety Committee and the Budget Committee quite a bit. I am on the Public Safety Committee, and we heard a good portion of what this item is about on Monday. And we had quite a bit of discussion about it, and I've been thinking, how can we improve the situation and for everybody who works for the police department. And one of the questions that I have for whoever would like to answer this on behalf of the police department is there a level of staffing that the department is committed to when it comes to sworn officers, and what is that number?
At the present time, pursuant to the council resolution, it's 9963.
9,963 sworn officers. Is there a fixed number of detention officers that the department is committed to as well?
We are, I don't have the number directly in front of me. We are presently at minimum staffing. We have had to close 3 of our area jails of the 7 in order to staff as we are today. This additional allocation, this realignment of police officers will allow us to move into the MDC and maintain 3 area jails, 2 other regional jails, and that commitment will be with a total of 326. That's what we have today. Anticipating attrition between now and the end of June, past June of this year, we will experience continued attrition, and that number will grow.
Next year, hopefully we can put in our budget hiring to attrition at a minimum for detention officers.
Yeah, I think we're getting a little ahead of ourselves. Let's focus on this budget right now, on this item that's before us. But my question was simply the same, and the simple answer that you gave me about the number and the commitment of the number of sworn officers. You gave me a firm number of 9,963 when it comes to sworn LAPD officers. What is the number in the budget that you're working with within the police department of the number of detention officers that you're committed to keeping at least that many or shooting for that many? It's the same question, only replace LAPD officers to detention officers.
The department doesn't have the ability to hire to attrition with the civilian side and detention officers included. Right now, we do not want to fall any lower than we are at 326, but that's not enough. At a minimum, we need 382. We're 56 short if we were to have no furloughs. And then to fill, if we were to have 56 additional, I'm sorry, 403 is the total.
Okay.
So
I want the dialogue to be a little bit simpler than that. This is what I'm getting at. 9,963 LAPD officers is the goal and the commitment to the department, the council, and the mayor, and we all went along with to have within our police department. Yet at the same time, we forgot the details of what are we going to do with those sworn officers as they stay on staff, as we keep hiring to attrition, et cetera. We've already established in these council chambers that there is probably at least 100 or so sworn officers that are doing work that would normally be done by civilians, but we're not backfilling those civilian empty spots, so we're filling the work with sworn officers. Also, in addition to that, we're taking sworn officers off the street to do detention work, because, again, like you just correctly said, the department is not hiring to attrition. So more and more work is being done by LAPD police officers that were trained to work our streets for public safety, and they're doing other jobs that are important, but they're not doing the public safety work that every constituent imagines that what a sworn officer does when they put on their badge and they put their uniform on and they go to work. So is that the case? The department is in fact having more and more sworn officers doing detention work, and also more and more officers doing desk work that otherwise would be done by a civilian if you had been fortified with the authority to go ahead and hire to replace those people as they've left.
Yes, we are going to have to continue to have officers do more civilian positions since we are not allowed to hire to attrition with our civilian staff.
And that's why I introduced item 57A that's been distributed to all of my colleagues here as a motion to amend this particular item 57, but also there's a technical amendment on the paragraph that reads transfer $1 million within the police department fund number 100-70. It should say transfer up to $1 million. So the word up, the two words up to should be in there. So this motion as amended. Thank you.
Ms. Hahn.
Thank you. There was one recommendation about the mayor, recommended that the mayor pursue legislation to allow detention officers to carry guns.
I'm reading you.
Have you already addressed that?
No, there was a motion within public safety, I think it was recommendation number 6, that discussed request of the mayor's office to pursue a legislative change at the state level that would allow detention officers to carry firearms, which will allow them to participate in the transport of arrestees.
I guess my concern on that recommendation, have we really vetted that? Have we really looked at what that means? If that's, I mean, it wasn't even, I guess I was a little uncomfortable with that, was just basically have the mayor pursue legislation to allow detention officers to carry guns, as opposed to, can we look at what this, is this a good idea? Is this a bad idea? I mean, I feel like I've already heard that there is some concern about that, so I'm just...
Recommend that we remove it, and I'll say yes.
I recommend that we remove that.
Agree.
Boy, that was easy. I like it when you're not focused, Greg.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind us, vetting that at some point. I just didn't feel comfortable saying the mayor should pursue that, because I don't know if that's a good idea or not. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes.
After Monday's meeting, I had several meetings and information coming from different stakeholders involved in this process. And one of the assertions that came through, and I need to ask this in terms of cost and efficiencies, understanding that this is the least desirable of options, understanding that. But as we look at, for example, currently we have the furloughs in place. we have detention officers who are essentially now being asked to work overtime. That there's 16 hours that they need to make up, and there are some who will take it, some who won't. So in effect, the few that are taking it, as it was described to me, are actually making more money. There's more being spent because we have furloughs, because there are not enough detention officers to fill those gaps, if you will. And so the logic of having furloughs is questioned now. Why do we have them? We're spending more money on overtime, given that there are some folks who choose to have their furloughs, and those who already had their furloughs are now filling in the vacancies with overtime.
If I might address that, the department does have civilian overtime that is used to address as needed overtime within the jail. Detention officers, we schedule their furlough days. It has increased from a year ago at 3.3 hours, 3.5 hours a deployment period, to now 16 hours. We will schedule each DP, the deployment of those detention officers. Then what will happen is injury or an illness. There'll be some exigent circumstance that will lower our staffing, and we're already at minimum staffing with the furloughs and with the vacancies that we have. So therefore, we have to call in on an overtime basis to maintain the safety and security of those custodial facilities. And so you do have instances of officers coming in on overtime while others are on pre-scheduled furlough days. Generally, or the vast majority of the time, that is because someone else on the watch has either called in sick or has been injured on duty and is unable to report to work.
And these are detention officers you're speaking of?
Yes, they are.
Okay. So, if we take a step back, wouldn't it be more economical not to have furloughs so that you minimize the overtime costs?
At this point, I don't know what that is, but we can certainly check and determine what the overtime expense is. I know we have a relatively small civilian overtime budget, so I can have that analyzed and see if there is a way to, if having more or less furloughs would in fact save us money.
See, I would hate for us to inadvertently find ourselves in that place if you don't know that answer.
No, that's an excellent suggestion that we will follow up on.
I'll push my button again and have another question. My time's up. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Reyes. Mr. Kretz.
Yeah, I'm probably just as baffled by this issue as I have been for the last year and a half. We have 9963 as a magic number, and we're committed to that. I think largely because the mayor was committed to a number around 10,000, and because when we've looked at even cutting one class, the LAPD orchestrated a firestorm of protest with highly placed officers calling us personally, with neighborhood groups and their representatives calling us, so we wouldn't cut even one class. But what doesn't make any sense to me is why we would keep hiring officers to attrition, but keep cutting civilians when we all know civilians cost less and we're putting them in the same positions. Can you all tell me why we're doing this and how this makes sense as we dig ourselves deeper and deeper into the hole that we're in?
If I could just add a comment, the difference is if we keep hiring police officers, when we make it through this budget crisis, we have them. If we hire detention officers, we then will have to start rehiring police officers, which put us at least a year and a half behind. If we delay, for example, not hiring for the next 6 months, it will take us an additional year beyond that 6 months to have additional officers. In the interim, we will probably lose somewhere between 250 and 300 officers, which will reduce the active police force down to somewhere around 9,600. And that's a policy decision you have to make. But the determination was made that if you keep hiring to attrition, at least we have the officers and we can use them. When times improve, you have a highly trained police force, and we don't have a delay in trying to build back up.
Well, as far as I can tell, if we're at a break-even point where our finances have improved within the next 5 years, I would be happy. With the hundreds of millions of dollars we're looking at being short every single year for the next few years, there's no way this looks cost-effective to me. we really need to do is the opposite of what we're doing now. We need to put a freeze on sworn officers, and we need to keep hiring civilians till every civilian position that you would have a sworn officer in is filled. And then we enjoy that significant savings. And then when we're back in good financial shape, 5 years from now, 6, 7 years from now, we can start hiring more again. But we really need to replace every single sworn officer doing a civilian's work with a civilian. We can't keep throwing away the money that we would be saving by having a civilian in a civilian's job.
We can give you an analysis of that too, and it probably wouldn't be as significant a saving as you probably believe at this moment.
Yes, Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Alarcon.
I'm sorry, the representative from Personnel?
Sandy Jo MacArthur from the Police Department.
Hi, Sandy. You said that we could not keep up with the civilian attrition rates, and that's why we didn't have sufficient officers available.
That's why we do not have sufficient detention officers at this
Detention
time. It was not
detention
part of our
officers,
budget last year.
Right. What's happening to the savings? If you're not hiring detention officers, what is happening to the savings from the attrition of detention officers?
We were not budgeted enough in our civilian accounts to even pay for the individuals we had, the civilian side of the shop. So there's no savings.
So it's really not because we have a hiring freeze on civilians. It's because you budgeted the savings from the attrition rate for detention officers to hire police officers.
No, that's not accurate. I'll turn it over to our budget person, but that is not accurate.
Okay, then explain what is accurate.
What happened was we were given budget authorization we got a sworn budget authorization, a civilian budget authorization, which we submitted last year as part of our budget. Then the managed hiring was imposed upon the hiring, and therefore we were told with ERIP that laid off about 250 of our civilians. We were not allowed to rehire them. So it wasn't the fact we took money from Peter to play Paul. We just had a budget authorization for
But the effect is the same.
Not
the effect is the same. I mean, if we're not paying for these officers. There's a savings there, and that's what we use to get to the 9,600 officers.
No, I don't believe that's true, but the one thing that's...
Well,
that if I might...
If officers are tried out of the system, we have salary savings.
Depending on what...
In this case, detention officers are tried out. We have salary savings. We're not rehiring. So where did that money go?
That's in the civilian salary account, which, if I might say, they added... We were given the added burden of paying for ERIP, for COLA, and for, I think, excessive sick time for civilians. It wasn't in our budget. So that money is now going to make up those deficits so that we don't have a civilian deficit.
In order to preserve the 9,600 officers.
No, well...
Excuse me, but that was a decision this council made. It wasn't a police department decision. I'm telling you, the policy consideration. We decided to maintain the 9,600 officers.
Right, and we were...
That was the fallout.
What now?
By saying that 56 officers can be pulled off of the streets and put into the jails, aren't we saying that we don't need the 9,600 officers because we can move them into the jails? I mean, doesn't that send a message that contributes to the postulation that perhaps we don't need to hire 9,600 officers?
Mr. Alarcon, let him answer the question, and would you press your time again, because you're going to go over. Press your button again. Okay?
Go ahead.
Please go ahead and answer.
In attempting to answer your question, the short-term decision, the immediate decision in front of us for the next 6 months is this redeployment to sacrifice those officers being in the field to work in the jail. So we are saying in the short term that this is a realignment of those resources from the field to the jail assignment as a sacrifice. As a long-term, it's not the desire of the department at all that the long-term goal be the establishment of police officers working in the detention officer positions. Quite the contrary. We have every ambition to restore hiring and to fulfill every vacancy that's out there and remove the furloughs so that
I'll press my button again, but I think this sends a very dangerous message that, in fact, we would rather have officers in the jails than have them in the streets. And that will be interpreted, I believe, by the media.
On the short term, it is the long-term impact of hiring detention officers in place of moving temporarily those police officers, as Mr. Chafe indicated. The department's position at this point is that the stalling or stopping of hiring of officers is going to delay the restarting of the hiring of those officers and will have a ripple effect and a snowball effect in growing the attrition, the size of the hole, if you will, in the sworn police force. We can, as we have in every emergency in this city, we redeploy police officers to where the problem is, to where the disaster is, and then we recognize that we may have to redeploy them yet again, and then they return to normal. This is an emergency type situation. As been pointed out, it's a quiet emergency, but this is a facility that we're trying to move into that is largely open, largely operational, except for cells, which in the current facility that are being used for those cells is dilapidated, condemned, and has been a concern of ours for health and safety of the welfare of custody, the suspects, as well as our own personnel working for years. The only reason we're in the NDC now is the extraordinary decision by the Chief of Police that the health and welfare of the property officers that were for years experiencing sewage dumping on top of them could no longer be tolerated. And we moved without a budget into that facility so that we could alleviate that immediate health issue. And this is a growing problem that we need to address.
Thank you. Mr. Zine.
Hold on a second. Hold on. My phone. Hello. Get a call at the same time I'm up here. I've been through the new jail. I've been through the old jail. There's no question the old jail is obsolete, needs to be put out of business. That I'm not going to dispute. The question is, will we have officers on long-term IOD, sick, administrative assignments, officers going to the jail? While we have 9963 on the books, how many do we actually have in the field? About 9963.
So about 400 that are...
There's several officers, as you know, out of the 9963 that are in administrative assignments that are designed for police officer administrative assignments. So I can't give the exact number that are deployed in the field. However, there are approximately 400 officers that are temporary and or permanent light duty.
So out of 9963, 400 approximately aren't even working? Or they're working light duty, administrative type assignments?
No. The question you are asking, and maybe I misunderstood your question, is we have out of the 9963,
right.
There's approximately 400 officers who are either light duty, temporary, or permanent light duty. Now, I don't have the numbers. Several of those people are actually working the field with their light duty status because they've been cleared by their doctor to do so. I don't have those numbers. I'd have to come back for those numbers.
Okay, because when we talk about this magic 9963 that was manufactured because of the trash collection fee, et cetera, and free up general fund money, we really don't have 9963 in the field. I don't think we ever did have 9963 in the field. Clearly, the jail has to be operated. Clearly, you have to have personnel in there. The concern I have is when we pull more people out of the field, and we're going to pull officers out of the field, I assume citywide, and these officers then going to go to the jail, we have fewer officers to handle the calls in the field, handle 911 calls, handle the help calls, handle the assistant calls, so that fewer officers. Compound that, we have the response time to the jail to book the bodies, and it's like a chain. There's many links to the chain. While we shore up the jail, what do we do with the other components that have to be handled?
During this year that we're completing, one of the major objectives of the department was the realignment of its force to support the field. Specifically, more than 200 personnel from Special Operations, my office, were redeployed to field assignments. In addition to that, we have, because of the slowing down of hiring, we don't have nearly the number of recruits in the academy. The field force today is actually larger than it was a year ago.
Because you reassign people?
Because of the redirection to the field. And so your concern is very much on mark, as is the department. Our response time today to emergency calls for service, to urgent calls for service, to routine calls for service, has not been better than this, to my knowledge, ever. We are well under 7 minutes on our emergency times. We're about 6 minutes for an emergency call for service. Our urgent times is about 17, and we're at 30 minutes for a routine. Those numbers for routine used to be 45 minutes to nearly an hour.
So you took away from some of the special operations to put in the field to handle calls.
Sacrifices within the special operations we've downsized, as you may be aware, robbery, homicide, fugitive, narcotics, a number of areas. And that the department continues to look at every area in which we can realign resources back to the field. The chief is very concerned in 2011 that we need to continue to do that with not only the impact of the jail and its potential, but also the elimination of CTO or cash overtime.
Right.
That is dwindling our field force. But as we sit here today, the field force today is larger than it was just a year ago because of these efforts.
So we've given you the assignment, the police department, to protect Los Angeles, to reduce crime, to keep everyone safe and to flow through the system, and you're managing it. You're juggling, and it's working. So I would support the proposal, and it's sad that you have to come here every time and plead the case, but the bottom line is that's what we're elected for, to make sure it's done with the oversight. But it appears that everything you're doing you can do, and you can't do anything other than what you're doing to make it work. And this component that will be here, not forever, for a period of time, to get this up and operating, and as next year's budget comes around and the operations continue, hopefully you'll have the resources to bring in detention officers, put those officers back in the field. Because I know years ago, young officers had to work the jail. When you came on, when I came on, that was the case it was. And then we did away with it. PIC, Parking Intersection Control, jail, communications, we civilianized it all. So this is a short-term solution, and the problem will correct itself when we end up bringing additional detention officers and free up those officers. How long a period of time do we look at? Months?
Well, this council has before it huge challenges, not the least of which is next year's budget,
right,
which will offer it every opportunity, again, as to the ability to hire civilians to staff these critical positions.
And it's not only these positions, but it's the other civilian positions that run
police service representatives are right behind this.
Okay.
Mr. Assistant President, Mr. Assistant President Pro Tem, as I address
you by Assistant President.
Title, you're
Ms.
done
Perry.
now, and thank you for your wisdom. And now we will move on to Mr. Absolutely, you've got more than enough time. Mr. Parks, you are our next speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Let me ask Chief Moore, those numbers you gave on response time are very impressive. Is that in an era that calls are up or down?
That's one stat. I believe our calls are even right now. I believe, in 1 year to the next.
Let me ask you, and maybe either one of the chiefs can answer. I thought when they designed the jail, they developed it in pods that you didn't have to have it all open at the same time. Is that accurate?
It is a four-pod system. It is a flexible system. With the downsizing of our area jails, we anticipate that we will need consistently 3 pods of the 4-pod system open. Our staffing plan provides for 3.5 pods. Forgive me, but that half pod is going to be open Fridays, Saturdays, and Sundays is our anticipation, but that has flexibility built in. Currently, as a matter of managing those 329 officers, we are redeploying detention officers around the system based on the population.
Okay. But also on the pods, how quickly can they be activated? Is that something that can be done during a shift, or is it you got to plan for it for a period of time, or what?
The pod itself takes a senior detention officer and 2 detention officers to occupy it. It is lit, ready to go, and it's a matter of just assigning it to a watch.
Okay. And then let me ask this, the CEO on 57A, on that proposal, what is the condition of the salary account at this time, if that's where that money is coming from?
The sworn salary?
Yes.
The sworn salary is, it's my understanding, in a little bit of flux depending on how you consider the uniform allowance. We discussed it a little bit in our financial status report. The situation there, the account is right on target, leaving that $9.5 million out. However, if the department is required to pay that uniform allowance per the MOU, then they'd be about $10 million short.
Okay, and then how did we go about paying the excess sick time? Was that in the budget, or was that?
I believe we've, through the operational plan and the financial status report, we've identified other items to cover at least most of that.
Okay.
It was not in our original budget.
It was not funded.
I can't hear you.
It was not funded because we were told not to put it in our original budget for 10-11.
I'm having trouble hearing.
It was not.
It was not in the budget?
Right. The excess sick pay for the sworn officers was not budgeted in the department.
Okay. So we had about $14 million not budgeted?
Correct.
Okay. And so we have covered 5 of it?
Correct.
Okay. And then one of the things, let me just say this, having had little something to do with getting that jail on the ballot, I really look forward to seeing it open, but I have a very difficult time with this report, mainly because I think it needs to be vetted a little bit better on dollars. I think it also is a concern of mine that we are spending money this year on items that we know we need next year and there's no source to recover them, and it violates pretty much a lot of our basic budget principles about one-time money. And I think that there's some other things that we should be asking the department to look at other than what's in the report. And again, I'll raise it again, that at some point in time, before the federal judge comes and gets us, we're going to have to really address the hiring issue for sworn officers. No way we can get around it, that we're in the middle of this crisis, and we are talking about $3 million this year, $14 million next year, $18 million for 18 months. And yet we're saying we'd like to do all these things for civilians, but we don't want to give up any of those dollars. And I think that's unreasonable. And before we move another step, I think those have to be addressed. So I can't support the report. So it may be 14-1 or whatever. But I just think that we need to go back to the drawing board.
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Cardenas?
Move the item as amended. Close debate.
Well, you want to call the question?
We're going to start losing people, man.
Mr. Cardenas asked to call the question. We still have 2 more speakers, Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Reyes. On calling the question, open the roll. Close the roll. It's not working. Okay, is it working now? Tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 4 noes.
Nah, it didn't.
All right.
It didn't pass.
We continue the debate. Mr. Alarcon, followed by Mr. Reyes, and he'll be the last speaker unless someone presses the cue. Mr. Alarcon. Mr. Alarcon's on the phone. Let's go to Mr. Reyes, then we'll come back to Mr.
Hey, you were on the phone.
Oh, I know, but I didn't even take the call.
You waited, 12 and a half seconds for you.
Go ahead. We'll give you a 12 and a half seconds additional time. At 10 minutes to 4, we're getting a little antsy.
And you're lucky I didn't need my read. Yes. I had some questions about the cost. There's if you recall my previous line of questioning, the cost of having officers serve in these positions to me is very questionable in the sense that there's been some considerable consternation in the press. Various people have said that this may be the time when we consider reducing the number of officers in our force so that we can provide for the ancillary services necessary to support our police officers. And this would be one. And so the concern I have is that we are relying on officers that are in their second step to serve in the detention facilities. But if we reduce the number of classes, then there's a you know what, I can't even, Mr. Chair, I can't even hear myself.
Do we have quiet in the chambers, please, for Mr. Alarcon? Quiet in the chambers, thank you.
Then, if we do reduce those classes, then we would not have the officers in the second step level, and the cost could dramatically skyrocket because we would have to bring in more tenured officers that would be at a higher step level. In addition to that, I'm concerned that One concern I have that is a general concern in police departments is officers coming in contact with people in jails, and then when they come back to the street, and remember, these are young officers with less than 2 years' experience who would be going back to the streets and might encounter some of the people that were in the jails. And, so that would be a concern I have. I'm also concerned that these are public safety officers by our definition, and we have said that public safety officers are exempt from the furloughs. But we have said that detention officers are not exempt from the furloughs. So the question to me is, does that mean that an officer, when serving in a detention center, is no longer a public safety officer, or should we correctly say that the detention officers are in fact public safety officers and shouldn't be furloughed? And I believe that's the case. Believe me, I understand why police officers are public safety officials no matter where they are, but I'm saying that the arguments don't align, and there's a contradiction. And so we've got to straighten this out. Now, I know, I believe, and I seconded Mr. Carden's motion, I think we should do everything we can to find the money to correct this correctly. Not temporarily, but we got to figure out a way to do it right. And I think we should set a time frame to get to the proper solution. So what I'm hoping is that we don't just say, well, let's approve this till the next budget time. No, we got to move aggressively to solve this problem. I don't want officers being in the detention center. I want them on the streets, and I want our detention officers to do what they do at the lower cost. And I believe that's what they were trained to do. So with that, I would hope that we set that course. And Mr. Carden's motion, I assume, is going to budget. Where is it going, public safety or budget? Both.
Mr. Ellicott.
And that will be the tenor of the discussion.
Thank you, Mr.
Let's create a
Ellicott.
solution,
Thank you, Mr.
not create
Ellicott.
more problems.
Thank you, Mr. Ellicott. We have Mr. Reyes and Mr. Parks. Mr. Reyes and Mr. Parks.
Oh, man. Thanks, Greg. As we look at this, at the consequences or impacts of these decisions, my understanding that, given what I've been hearing in the past few minutes, is this is a temporary until we figure out what's going to happen with the personnel overall.
Correct.
So, in terms of on that temporary period, and I know we kind of discussed this after hearing Chief, but I really would like to see the personnel impact in our communities. And I know that was something that you alluded to, and I respect your opinion in terms of, but I still think we need to know.
We will be happy to provide that information as we discussed earlier.
Okay, because that gives us the ability to respond to questions at community meetings when we're dealing with some of the issues that are before us. So I appreciate that.
Mr. Parks, our final speaker.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I'd ask that in support with Mr. Smith that we send this back to a joint meeting of Public Safety and Budget and Finance, that we can have a joint meeting early January. But we'd ask the department to look at the issues that have been discussed and other alternatives to come before the committee so that we can bring back a package to the council in early January. And so if you can defer that opening period until we can get it back to council, I think that would be appropriate. So we'd ask that they go back to a joint committee meeting.
And Mr. Shaliff, will that interfere with the time frame you folks have for the record?
It could.
This plans to implement the end of January, I understand?
The opening is going to be the opening schedule is January 30th. Training is scheduled to begin. We're actually doing training of the officers now, and the detention officers going into January. However, discussions with Chief Beck will occur.
Mr. Smith?
I would just point out, Mr. Parks and I will do everything we can to get that back the first week and get a placeholder on this council's agenda. But people have to realize that the chief of police can deploy his people any way he chooses. And if he chooses to put those people in the detention center in January, he can do that. The unfunded issues are with the Personnel Department and General Services Department, so it behooves us to do this in a coordinated way, working together, rather than just having the chief go ahead and do that. It's not in our best interest. So we will move that quickly. We'll get a placeholder on the agenda and solve that problem.
And the chief has a discretion for training at his pleasure, so there's no conflict. So without, Mr. Clerk, we got to vote on this? Mr. Clerk?
Sir, we could certainly take a vote on this, yes.
And the vote would be to continue the matter, to send it to Budget and Finance and Public Safety. On that matter, colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, that matter moves forward to Budget and Finance and Public Safety. Thank you. Next item, please.
Mr. President, would you like to adjourn the special meeting and return to the regular?
I'd love to do that at 4 minutes.
Very good. That brings us to item 22, called special by Councilmember Parks, and for cards.
Number 22. Mr. Parks, we have a couple cards on this.
Yeah, we have the cards.
3 cards.
I'd also like to ask, because both of these reports, 22, 23, and we wanted to also bring in 37 and 43, because of the length of those reports and such, whether continuing them to Friday would be in the best interest, so people, because these are very important reports. We're talking $80 million worth of deficit, $300 million for next year. It may be too late in the evening to try to tackle that.
Mr. Parks, you want together the numbers again?
We wanted 22, 23, 37, and 43 as a group.
Okay, 22, 23.
You think so? Okay.
37.
37 to 43. But just depends on what people's schedule is.
Okay, the ones that have public comment are, which ones?
Yes, just if we can get all the public comments on all of those.
22 and 23 had public comments already.
Yeah.
Public hearings have been held on the 22 and 23.
23, 37, and 43.
37, 43. Do we have public hearing on 37 and 43? Mr. Clerk?
A public hearing was not satisfied.
All right, so 37 and 43, we'll hear, Mr. Fox, we'll hear from those folks now. Yes. Dr. Williams?
Mr. President, pardon me, for clarification, there's also an amending motion on 22. It's 22A that has just been circulated, presented by Councilmember Alarcon and seconded by Councilmember Hahn.
22A. So let's hear from on 3743 as part of this package from 22, 23, 37, 43. Dr. Williams not in the House. We'll move that forward. John Walsh not in the House. Wayne Spindler not in chambers. And Pat McCosker not in chambers. And Pat McCosker is in chambers. Pat McCosker. And that'll be for public hearing. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Council President, members. Pat McCosker, firefighters. A little confused as to what's before you. I know that the operational plan was discussed in committee on Monday. The fire chief came in and reported on that he would cut certain positions, and then also talked about expanding the MCP, and I want to address all those things, but I think expanding the MCP maybe technically is before you right now. But please don't eliminate any more positions on the fire department. Please don't close Hazmat 48 down in the harbor. That would be very, very dangerous. I mean, that is a place in this country that has more hazardous materials probably than any other location. To not have a dedicated hazmat there would be disastrous. Please don't eliminate EMS district captains. You got a letter during the budget process from the county EMS agency questioning our ability to provide paramedic services if we don't have that level of supervision of EMS district captains. Regarding that, I would urge you to look at how we staff command posts at emergencies. The other thing that was in the operational report that I saw was elimination of staff assistants. Those 3 positions together, the chief, the staff assistant, and the EMS district captain, comprise our battalion command teams, and they're critical. So please don't degrade them right now by eliminating 2 positions of the 3. I would urge you to study that question, to ask the CAO and the fire department to report back to you on how to best do that most efficiently, effectively, and safely. because there's got to be a better way than eliminating 2 of the 3 positions and jeopardizing our paramedic service right now. And then finally, on this question of whether or not we're going to close more companies every day in the fire department, do the shell game and hide it from the public by closing perhaps another 9 or 10 companies, please don't do that. That would be dangerous. I understand that you're asking for a plan to come back right now. There's nothing wrong with that. But in the end, let's find another way. The other way, by the way, is taking advantage of the savings that we're eager to provide. We've negotiated a tentative agreement on a contract that would save you $35 million over the next year and a half and have us back at the table in 6 months. Please help us get that done. Bad faith on the part of the fire department right now prevents us from ratifying that contract, and you all can step in and help us by talking to the CAO so we can provide savings and keep these fire companies open.
Thank you, Mr. McCusker. Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs. Wayne Spindler. Arnold Sachs. Wayne Spindler. Julie Butcher.
Sorry, thank you. Arnold Sachs. I'm going to talk on 23, sir, because this is another important status report. When the budget crisis held last year, oh, we're going to have to lay off 4,000 people. Again, I bring this up again. Oh, we're going to have to lay off 751 people. We're going to have to lay off this many people. We're going to have to lay off that many people. We're going to have to sell the parking garages. So we heard earlier when you were discussing the DWP how the DWP had lied to the city council. The nerve. But when the city council, and who got hurt? The public. But when the city council lies to the public, that's a different story. And then when we were talking about this police staffing for this new jail, Shazam! All of a sudden, this building appeared out of magic. You had a hearing here regarding the naming of this facility. Did you consider having a hearing on how you were going to staff the facility at the time you were considering naming it? No. Budget policy? This is the same group that managed to get a 5.5% pay raise for 20,000 city employees with a recession coming on, in the midst of a recession. Budget policies? Whose idea is that? This smells, because what's going to end up happening here, as soon as you start hiring civilian personnel, you'll have the same kind of amendment that you had when you had to lay off personnel, saying, if we lay off anybody, we'll give you a pay raise. And if we hire anybody, we'll give you another pay raise. The same people doing the same kind of manipulating.
John Walsh and Dr. Williams, not here. So we're going to now close the public hearing. Mr. Spindler, you're back. You pulled a card for 37. Go ahead, sir. And those are all the public speakers on 22, 23, 37, 43.
Okay. We're on number 37?
Go ahead.
I'm doing it. Yes, sir. The feasibility modified coverage. Again, it's just to tax the fire department. It started with the hazmat units in the valley. Now it's going to all of these knickknacks, this and that. This is really a piecemeal way to do the budget, and it has to be done in a better way than this, because it's just every time you go into the fire department, then later on we get into the burn season, and then later you're going to come back and you're going to go, why do we do that? And I would just say on fire and police, I would say take those and do their budgets first, fund them properly, and then take it from there rather than all of this piecemeal complications. I'll use 1 minute. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Spindler. That closes the public hearing on 22, 23, 37, and 43. Mr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. President. Can we have the CAO, CLA come up? Colleagues, what we have, and we're going to try to do 22 and 23 together because they go hand in hand. One's the operational reports that many of you have asked for to reflect on what the conditions of the city's budgets are and each department. The other is the FSR, which kind of carries over. The operational plans cover about $60+ million of an $80 million hole. The FSR covers the remaining $20 million. I think it's important as we go through this that we get Ray to tell us about the financial condition that the city is in and what some of the things we're going to be confronted with so that you're aware of why and some of these recommendations are made. I'd also I think it's important as we go through some of the departments that are in financial distress that we explain what the UB has done to assist them in their budgets, but where those departments that have overspent or failed to put different issues in their budget, we need to highlight why some of these are such a high dollar volume. So Ray, why don't you give us an overview of the revenue, what our expectations are, and also what we can expect as we go into the next calendar year.
Sure, thank you. As we reported in our first FSR, we were looking at almost a $64 million shortfall in various departments due to delays in layoffs, implementation of various budget actions. Here we have the early retirement and other benefit payouts, and other basic employment levels and some departments that exceeded sort of the budget amount. We did have shortfalls projected in the fire and police foreign over accounts as well as some expense accounts. We were expected to come back with an operational plan, in which we did. During the time of the first FSR and the operational report, the overall deficit did increase from the $64 million to almost $88 million, an increase of $24 million. The big drivers of that were the suspension of the modified coverage plan for fire department. It came to our attention regarding some unbudgeted sick time and some other overtime with PD. We had a revenue shortfall in planning, and also we had a salary shortfall in library. In the operational plan, we basically looked at all of the departments, went through in detail, asked them to figure out what they can absorb versus what they cannot. And through the operational plan, we were able to basically solve roughly about $64 million of that after we made the change to PD regarding their civilian staffing. With the operational plan, basically it's going to continue maintaining some vacancies. We're looking at some additional revenue over and above budget, looking at reimbursements from grant and other special funds, making reductions in expense accounts, and then looking at other surpluses and transfers from other funds. So with that, we came back and discussed in Budget and Finance, we're looking at a shortfall based on the revisions in committee of $64 million. Now, the one thing I will say about the operational plan, some of the solutions, many of them are one-time solutions, which help us this year but don't necessarily help us next year. We do know we have some significant deficits in city attorney, fire, and some of the other departments which we are going to have to address more on a long-term basis. Now, you had mentioned sort of some other, give you a quick update on revenue. Overall, revenue is basically on budget plan. We are short in some accounts, we are over in some others, but overall, if you take out the $53 million from the P3, we are basically tracking on budget. However, the $53 million is a concern, and I know we're going to have a discussion on where this concession agreement is going to be, how we're going to move forward shortly. But certainly, if that $53 million, if the P3 concession does not move forward, we are going to have to look at further reductions in departments, and we're going to have to put a number of things on the table. curtailing of all, hiring of all new personnel, perhaps increasing furlough days, identifying other positions for elimination, perhaps delaying some opening of some facilities, and then certainly at a very, very last resort, perhaps going to the reserve fund. Now, we caution certainly on going to the reserve fund, because as we move into next year, we are now looking at a close to $350 million shortfall. And we need to continue building that reserve to deal with some of our long-term problems and to help maintain our bond rating so we can actually borrow money for cash flow purposes when we do the TRAN.
Greg, would you tell us what our reserve fund is today?
Mr. Parks, excuse me, we have a question whether we still have a quorum. Mr. Clerk, can we get a...
Where's the General Services Security? Find them.
Can we determine if we have a quorum or not?
We set?
All right, we're going to hold until we verify we have a quorum.
Because one thing we need to realize is 70
I
items
currently see
on Friday.
Mr. Alarcon, Mr. Cardenas, Ms. Hahn, Mr.
Ms. Hahn
Parks,
is
Ms.
here.
Perry,
The sign is right there.
Mr. Smith, Mr. Wesson, I'm Councilmember Zine.
Here comes it.
Mr. Reyes?
Mr. Reyes is here.
It's right there.
I still see none. I think we're one short. We'll wait for Mr. Koretz to return.
Yikes.
I told my staff that.
Okay, we are at 10 members. We do have our quorum. Mr. Parks, please continue. Mr. Cardenas, question? Off the record. Okay, off the record.
Ray, just give us a little overview of the reserve account and then the 4-year projection.
Sure. So you asked about the reserve fund balance. It's currently almost $179 million, which is just slightly under 4% of our general fund budget. Just as a reference, to get to the 5%, we need to get to 218, which is almost additional 39. So on the 4-year outlook, before we had a projected shortfall of roughly 319, 320. We do now have approved actuarial studies from both pensions and LACERs. While we received some good news from LACERs regarding them increasing their smoothing period from 5 to 7 years and some other savings, unfortunately with fire and police pension, due to them reducing their investment return from 8% to 7 3/4, along with them changing the assumption on health care costs, that has increased our contribution by roughly $50 million. So the net two of those is roughly about $30 million. So we get to the $350 million.
And tell us what would be our commitment to those two pensions for next year.
I'm sorry?
What would be our financial commitment from the general fund?
It is roughly about getting close to $500 million just with pensions, and getting roughly close to 300 or 400 or so with LACERs. We're talking a significant number for 2011-12.
Over $900 million.
We're getting in that range, yes.
And that's without medical costs, that's just pension.
Well, that's pension and the health, that's the whole package.
$900 million, okay. That's a round number.
That's a very large number.
Yes. But why don't you give us just a brief overview of the departments that are out of schedule, and just to give what you've done to correct those and what we are looking at in the near future. We don't have to go through each one. Just
Okay, the departments are reporting significant deficits currently, and those deficits that were not addressed by the operational plan would be the city attorney's office, the police department, and fire department. So if you want to skip, we can go straight to those discussion sections.
Yeah, just those big ticket items.
Okay, the City Attorney Department, the discussion section's on page 17. The department's current projected shortfall is approximately $10.8 million, but with the operational plan solutions, we're going to be able to reduce this deficit to about $4.2 million. These include internal transfers, but we do have one recommendation within the report to address that remaining $4.2 million deficit. Is a small amount, about $148,000 for bar dues. We also have a transfer of $750,000 from the UB litigation expense account, and this is to cover the deficit in their current department account. However, there is $1.2 million remaining within that department. Within the litigation expense deficit. Finally, there is one operational plan solution that is pending a report back. The department had proposed appropriating funds from the Consumer Protection Litigation Fund, but that is pending a report from our office.
Okay. And also there's a report back on, what is it, the 10-something account?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
What was that other report we're getting back on one of their accounts?
Oh, for the Consumer Protection Litigation Fund?
What is it? It's got a number. What is it? The 172 account?
Yeah, the 17, yes, that's...
Okay, so that's a report back on that also. Okay.
And I believe you also want to report back on large potential litigation.
That's right.
Cases.
And ordinances that would have a revenue effect.
Yeah, all revenue-producing ordinances.
Okay, the fire department is on page 23. They have an estimated deficit of $20.8 million projected for the department. They do have operational plan solutions, which they will be revisiting with a report back. Those current solutions reduce the deficit about $10 million to $10.8 million, but as I mentioned before, there will be a report back. They do have a couple transactions. There's a $15 million transfer from their salary sworn account to the constant staffing overtime account. We also have $158,000 from the water control devices account and $490,000 from the state educational account to cover field equipment expense. And finally, we have a request to approve the purchase of 32 ambulances. There was funding provided in the 10-11 budget, about $6.1 million for this purchase. This would be MICLA money, and we do have the total cost that was estimated by our MICLA group, which is about $6.8 million for the total issuance, and that includes debt service and cost of issuance.
Let me just comment. Mr. Alicant, on your motion 22A, what we'd like to do is Mr. Smith is working with the fire department. The chief came into committee, talked about his plan for modified staffing for January, that he's going to come back, and also by March, I believe, their electronic deployment system. So we'd like to send your motion to that committee, to public safety, so that they can discuss it in the larger realm of what the chief proposes.
Well, here, the only concern I have is that it's my understanding the department intends to reduce its EMS captains in the meantime. And I think before they do that, we should consider...
I would hope we give the chief the same deference we just gave Chief Beck, that he has the ability to deploy. But the issue is that he came in and said he's going to make some adjustments. He's going to increase modified staffing because he's sitting with about somewhere over $15 million deficit in his budget.
No, I understand that, but the question is the value of a staff assistant or value of the EMS captains.
But he's going to be making that decision and movement as part of a larger issue with Mr. Smith in January. So I just want to say if we can move this to committee so that it becomes part of that discussion, because it's only 2 weeks before January. So
if I could get assurances that they're not going to reduce the EMS captains in the meantime,
the thing is that
I would be happy to accept that.
When he was at committee, he specifically said he was going to increase modified staffing. He said he's going to be looking at staff assistants. He's going to implement his budget that actually we all voted on, cut EMS captains and some of the hazmat positions. He was going to implement those issues as he should have July 1st. And so those are the directions, and he said he would be coming back with a larger plan so that he can begin to reduce those positions. So that will be coming to Mr. Smith in January very early.
You don't want any comments to go. Thank you, Mr. Parks. Mr. Alicant? Mr. Parks, you're only 10 minutes over.
Thank you for allowing me to use your time. I want to I've introduced 22A, which is a motion that seeks to give us a better understanding of a specific element within the department, and that is the use, if we're going to cut specific positions, are we certain that those positions are the positions that are most worthy of being cut in terms of our service to the public? And I'm specifically speaking of the question, as ugly as it is, the question of whether or not we should have staff assistants or whether we should maintain EMS captains. I respect the chief in terms of discretion, but I think the council needs to have a better understanding, and I'm going to get a little personal here. Last year, when my father-in-law died of cancer, there was a time when the fire department had to respond to determine whether or not he had to be revived. So I personally had the opportunity to witness the EMS captains in what they do, and it is critical to the entire service of the department in terms of decisions that are made right on the spot. They didn't know I was going to be there. Of course, they recognized me when they got there, but in this particular case, there was some question about whether or not there was going to be a do not revive, and what happened was the decision was made to revive my father-in-law, and he was revived, and he passed on several months later. But to me, I'd like to explore further why we think staff assistants, given the devastation that we have in our budget, why we think staff assistants are so important as juxtaposed against the elimination of EMS captains. I don't get it, and I think that that's a discussion that needs to be had in the full light of day, notwithstanding my respect for the chief's discretion. There are just some times when we weigh in. We do it all the time. We want to assert, some of you want to assert much more jurisdiction over DWP and their specific decisions. I think this is a critical decision, and that's why I've introduced 22A. It asks for a report back on what is the value of staff assistants versus can EMS captains be deployed to cover what staff assistants do. And by the way, some have said this is a union pitch, but the union represents both staff assistants and EMS captains. The question is, which is more important in terms of the service that we must render to protect the people of Los Angeles? So I would like to have a report back on that. And Mr. Parks, you said the report back is not the problem. The second part of my motion says, because it was my understanding that there, in the meantime, before we get these reports, the chief was going to implement reducing the EMS captains, and I wanted to put a stay on that, if you will, put a hold on that until we get the report back. And if we're only talking 2 weeks, yeah, I can't imagine that till January. I can't imagine that it's going to have a devastating impact on our budget. So that's what I respectfully ask, and I believe that we would do it in the spirit of trying to ensure that we are protecting the people of Los Angeles to the greatest extent possible.
Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Mr. President. As for this motion, and I appreciate Mr. Alarcon's input, however, I just remind you that the mayor proposed elimination of the EMS captains, and this council supported that. The mayor, at the same time, if you had your chance, at the same time, this council funded the staff assistants, and the mayor proposed that, and the mayor undid that. What's happened is the fire department has become a ping pong ball for the mayor. And it's unfortunate. I said this the other day in committee. I'll say it again. The mayor's staff is very mad at me. I really don't care. The mayor of Los Angeles has unfunded by the tune of about $10 million the fire department. It's not the union's fault. It's not your fault. It's the mayor's fault. What they're trying to do to fix all that is come back with a logical plan. I have proposed for a long time here that constant staffing is not a logical idea, nor is it based on science, nor is the deployment of the fire department based on any science whatsoever. What you did do is months ago authorize the purchasing of the Adam Plan. That's a computer model that does two things. First of all, it looks at the fire department and says what we should be doing with our resources versus what we want to do or what we have done. It says scientifically, let's look at it. It's the same thing we do in the police department in ComStat. We look at crime, we put resources where they're needed. So in the fire department, there are some engine companies that don't have any runs on a weekend. They don't hardly have any ambulance calls on the weekend, but during the week they're going 24 hours a day. We should move our resources according to the need. That's what the Adam Plan will do, and that's what you have funded to be done. The chief has said, I will come back in January with that plan for you that is logical, based on science, and we added another requirement that we want a peer review from experts in the field. And so they will be putting together a panel of experts from the union side as well as the management side to look at this plan to determine if it is the logical way to do it. That is what we have invested in our chief, that is trying to undo the mess that has been created by the mayor's office, and I think that is the logical approach to the deployment of the fire department. Let the chief do his job. Let him come back here. Let's not try and front-load this with a motion that is really one-sided, quite frankly. I think we don't need to do this motion today, and I'd ask we vote on it today and let the chief do his job as we instructed him to do, as you funded him to do, and come back to us in January with a plan that is based on logic and sense and science.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and to my colleagues, we're at a bare quorum of 10, so no one can leave at this point. Ms. Hahn, you're next up to speak, followed by Mr. Parks again. Ms. Hahn? You're up.
Try to be focused. One of the things that I am very concerned about is the item 48, number 48, targeted curtailments. The department expects to reduce constant staffing overtime expense by redeploying staff assistants, EMS fire captains, and hazmat squad personnel within the field to backfill vacancies. Okay, Mr. Parks, one of the things we did in this budget was to restore those positions in hazmat and direct the fire department to find the funding. We did not cut those. In fact, if you recall, there was 12 positions down in the harbor area that are specifically were in our budget. The harbor department, we called on to fully fund 48s down there. I am not at all, and we did that. That's what we did. We restored those positions during the budget.
Is that with money? Or just position?
No, and we said we agreed that the department would help to find the funding, and part of that funding was supposed to come from the harbor department. So I don't like seeing this coming back saying, you know, we took your direction and now we're going to redeploy them. That was not our direction on the city council. I don't know if you remember that discussion on the hazmat units. There's one in the valley, there's one in the harbor. Big mistake to deal with this plan by redeploying the hazmat units. So, and I know for a fact that's what we did. We did not approve the cuts to those units during the budget season.
When we bring the fire department up and have them comment on hazmat, there's somebody here from the fire department staff?
Oh. First of all, the fact that we only have 2 units throughout the entire city is, I think, dangerous and irresponsible. But for any way, shape, or form to be redeploying the hazmat personnel down the harbor to other positions in the field is really irresponsible.
Battalion Chief Brian Cummings from the planning section. Sir, we were directed to contact the Harbor Department and attempt to get funding for Squad 48. And we have been in contact with the Harbor Department and to date have not been able to secure any additional funding to staff Squad 48. The department feels that we can flex staff Squad 48 and it will help us close this budget deficit that we have at this time. If the Harbor Department does eventually come through with staffing and funding for the staffing on 48s, we will go ahead and restaff Squad 48.
Well, your instructions were to find the funding. Your instructions were to keep those personnel in those units. We restored those, because you tried to take them out once, we put them back in during the budget process, and you were to come up with funding. Now, I don't know how your meetings went with the harbor or what form that took, but this is not good enough for me.
Yes, ma'am. We were directed to work with the Harbor Department and to get funding from the Harbor Department to staff Squad 48. And we've been working diligently with the Harbor Department, and to this point, we have not obtained any funding from the Harbor Department for Squad 48.
Well, I think we should keep working on that. I don't really want to see this come back in this form again. To put the harbor area in jeopardy. By the way, 90% of the calls, 95% of the calls of 48s is in regards to something happening at the Port of Los Angeles. And if something were to happen major of a, that would call on hazmat to be the first responders, I guarantee it's going to have something to do with the Port of Los Angeles. You're leaving all those residents extremely vulnerable, and we're going to find the funding. I told you guys to do it, but I'm happy to get involved and see what I can do to help, and I'm going to do that. But this is absolutely unacceptable to redeploy hazmat into other positions in the field, and I'm not going to stand by and have that happen. So if you need me to help, I will.
Yes, ma'am, and we will continue, even with this, we would continue to flex staff Squad 48 the way the hazmat squad at the airport and in the valley are staffed. So we will have 12 hazmat certified personnel on duty daily at 48s with the squad flex staff. So we're not removing the hazmat unit from the harbor. This redeployment would merely flex staff it. It would move 4 of the personnel off of the squad. However, if there's a hazardous materials call, we utilize 4 of the 12 members that would still be remaining in quarters to staff that apparatus and respond with it. And we do dispatch the fully staffed hazardous materials squad 4 from downtown.
And if it's fully funded, what does it look like?
If it's fully funded, we would have 16 people assigned down at that fire station instead of the 12.
Okay, well, I'm happy to help you work with the Harbor Department.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Mr. Wesson, followed by Mr. Parks. Call the question.
All I want to ask, can we, on item 22A, or the amendment, can we bifurcate that?
Well, without opposition, could we bifurcate that, colleagues? No one opposed? All right, we can bifurcate that. Mr. Parks?
Thank you. Could you just kind of get over with the police department and also Ms. Hahn?
Ms. Hahn?
Ms. Hahn. Let me just comment, and we clearly understood the direction they were given, but I think well the power beyond their control. They were given a budget that was balanced. They were given positions of emergency for the EMS captains without funding and the hazmat without funding. They were directed to go to the harbor to get that funding. What caused them to be inflexible in their budget, they were also directed not to implement their budget, which that $12 or $13 million allocation for EMS captains basically continued to grow. They also, somewhere within a month or so ago, had 7 weeks of modified staffing thrust upon them at $100,000 a day. So that's about a $15 million hit that they've taken beyond their control, is why their budget has been somewhat inflexible. But again, I think for today, the solution is with the Harbor Department, because they're trying their best to close that gap. And so if we can go through the highlights of the police department and any of the other issues, and then we ask the CLA to come up and just comment on the major recommendations that are in the 2 reports.
Okay. So for the police department budget, we had previously reported a deficit of 18.1. That increased to 26.1 for the operational plan. However, we're now reporting a total deficit of 35.6 million, and that represents an increase of 9.5 million for the uniform allowance payout, which was triggered by a provision in the Police Protective League MOU. However, the police department has worked with our office, and there's a new operational plan, and that was distributed to council members today, and that operational plan addresses the full $26.1 million of the operational plan reported deficit. So that leaves $9.5 million that still needs to be addressed. At this time, we have one recommendation for the department, and that is an appropriation of $4.5 million to the department's sworn overtime account.
And then if we have CLA, give us an overview of the major recommendations on the two reports.
Sure. Both the operational plan and the FSRs really go hand in hand. So the operational plan basically takes a look at what the situations are with the departments right now, and the recommendations within that plan look at closing the current budget deficit and the gaps within those departments. So there have been a number of recommendations made to do that. In addition to those, and there were actually specifically five or six large departments that had the biggest budget deficits, and so those are addressed in the operational plan. I should also say that there are a number of departments that do not have issues right now, but those are going to be continuing to track throughout the year and ensure that there aren't any additional issues that come up. Some of the recommendations that are made are to continue to track revenues, and that'll be coming back probably in January with the mid-year report, as we have better information on the revenues that we're receiving. And then also to continue to look at we've talked about the fire department and police department issues. Also to report back on some of the outstanding revenue items. For example, there are several ordinances that are still outstanding. The administrative citation program, these are things that could impact our revenues, and there's some urgency in looking at those and getting those complete. In addition, there are some other instructions that have been given, and these are contained in the committee report, having to do with the settlement monies from the 17-200 cases. The city attorney will be looking at that along with the CAO and controller. And there's also some follow-up reports from the budget. For example, the public access funds and things of that nature. There'll also be some reports coming forward on outstanding litigation and the kind of exposure the city has. That'll be scheduled sometime in January. And overall, too, the potential impact of revenue sources not coming in is something that's probably the big looming issue, and the CAO and our office will be looking at potential options for that and presenting something to the council to make some policy decisions on how to address those kinds of issues if they in fact occur.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'd ask that we make a motion that we receive and file 37 and 43, and that we approve the Budget and Finance Committee on 22 and 23. Wait a second.
Second.
Second by Ms. Perry. Mr. Parks, there was a bifurcation, I believe, on 22 that Mr. Wesson asked for. 22A. Okay. No one else on the queue, so Mr. Clerk, we're going to vote individual or in a package?
I think individual would be easiest, sir.
All right. So let's start from the top. Number 22.
I think you'd first have to vote on the amending motion as circulated.
That'd be 22A.
22A, although Mr. Wesson...
well, now we have Mr. Parks, Mr. Alicant on the queue. Mr. Parks, you're on the queue again with Mr. Alicant. Did you want to speak again? No? Mr. Alicant, no? Okay, so someone erroneously pushed your button, so we'll take those off. 22A. Okay, so 22A as amended?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry, not as amended, 22A.
However, Mr. Wesson made a motion to bifurcate 22A. If there's a seconder on that, we should probably address that first.
Mr. Parks. So open the roll.
So, excuse me, sir. So the first vote would be whether to bifurcate 22A into two separate pieces.
Is there any objection on 22A to bifurcate? No objection. Okay, without objection, let's bifurcate 22A. Open the roll. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item, please. For the vote.
That would be 22A4B, sir.
Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
7 ayes, 3 noes.
That fails. 23?
Sir, we'd have to now vote on 22 as amended by 22A, which was recommendation 4A in Mr. Alarcon's motion.
Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next one, please.
This would be item 23, sir.
Number 23. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Number 37.
37, the recommendation by Councilmember Parks, as seconded by Councilmember Smith, would be to receive and file, sir. So we'd vote on receiving and filing that matter.
Receive and file on 37. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
And finally, 43.
43, again, the same recommendation to receive and file, sir.
Receive and file 43. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right. That package is complete. Let's move on to the next.
That brings us to item 27, called Special by Councilman Kretz.
Mr. Kretz, we have a few cards on this matter. Would you like to hear from the speakers? All righty. Let's start with Wayne Spindler. Number 27.
Mr. President, this is just a reminder to the council members that this is a fair hearing appeal matter requiring the council members' heightened attention to the speaker at the podium or at their monitors at their desks.
Go ahead.
Okay. Yes, I'd like to note first that today I believe I witnessed somebody vote. Councilman Weezer voted on a matter, and he was not in the chambers present, and that's a Brown Act violation. Also,
He is not speaking about this item, Mr. President.
well, Mr. City Attorney, you're not enforcing the law of the charter of the city.
Mr. Spindler, we're not going to discuss that. You're here to speak on 27. Please
Okay,
focus
just
your
a note, I
questions
put it on my
27.
speaker card. Okay. The overdevelopment of CD5 since Councilman Koretz has been elected has been a huge issue, and a great series of contentions have occurred within CD5. The Ralph's project and now this one, where essentially every developer that wants to overdevelop just has a green light to go for it in CD5. It's outrageous. Particularly with these type of developments, the whole corridor of Ventura Boulevard in another couple of years is going to look like the Manhattan skyscrapers. I mean, it's just, he's impacting that whole boulevard. It's the same boulevard, nobody's widened it. You're going to have more and more traffic coming out onto Ventura Boulevard. In particular, they've had to create these anti-gridlock zones. Now, what Mr. Koretz doesn't know is because of his overdevelopment, they're towing away hundreds of cars a day starting at 3 o'clock. Many people come out, they're investing money, they're patronizing businesses, and there's not enough parking to account for all of this. Now they want to go and build these additional high-rise type projects. Everywhere you see on Ventura Boulevard, they're putting up everything. So unfortunately, all of these homeowner associations and business owners are screaming and yelling about this. It's got to stop, this madness. I mean, Paul Koretz is turning this whole Encino portion of his district into this multi-development, go-for-it attitude with these developers. He's completely adherent to them. He is not representing anybody from the homeowners in the community. Vote no on this. Thank you.
Noel Weiss.
Council members, the issue before you is the validity of this MND. This MND, the The MND itself is not effective. First of all, the matter before you today involves an appeal. The appeal itself apparently was granted in Plum in part, but it's unclear how or why. But the MND itself is insufficient. The Westwood Community Plan is not referred to in the MND in terms of its requirements that there be 2 people per unit. This is a speculator coming into Westwood, basically speculating on the backs of the people. We're talking about 6 people per unit. The Westwood Community Plan says that there are only supposed to be maximum 1.92 to 2 people per unit. Objectively speaking, there are 7 projects that were approved or in the pipeline. Those projects basically will result in roughly 874 people, 874 individuals. Of those 874 individuals, there will only be parking capacity for roughly 400, which leaves a parking incapacity, if you will, of 434 people. This project, which by the way, this project, of that 434, 110 or 11 is excess parking capacity that the street cannot take care of. Now, the MND did not make any reference whatsoever to parking capacity in the street. In addition, we have a landowner here who's a stranger to this whole deal. This is not the owner of the property that's the applicant. This is a stranger. This is somebody who basically optioned the property. We don't even know if that option is valid. The planning department did not follow through and do their job to get evidence that this person even has the rights to develop the property. And the city attorney, frankly, screwed up because they've got an indemnity in this deal where the applicant has to indemnify the city, not even the property owner. So this guy flips the property. The city isn't then left bereft in terms of any indemnity rights that it would possibly have. It is a mess. We need a better MND.
Dale
Send it back.
Goldsmith. Mr. Goldsmith.
Good afternoon, honorable council members. My name is Dale Goldsmith. I'm a partner with the law firm of Armbruster Goldsmith and Delvac, representing the applicant, PPC Ventures. This mitigated negative declaration, which is the only issue before you today because of the special nature of this appeal, has been reviewed by the planning department, by the director of planning, by the CPC, by the APC, and by the Plum Committee. Every single planning body has considered it, weighed in, and determined that the mitigated negative declaration is fully compliant with SEQA. We would respectfully request that you follow the direction of all these planning bodies, reject the appeal, and uphold the MND. Thank you for your consideration.
Wolfgang Seith? Or Seth?
Yeah, Wolfgang Veit. I live at 476 Landfair, that's in the North Village, and I filed this appeal because this is totally incomprehensible to me, who has lived in the area for 40 years and has seen the area change and worked on it to get a specific plan into effect, worked on the Westwood Community Plan to preserve the unique character of the area, which is basically small apartment buildings. And it is guaranteed, it's the purpose of these plans to preserve and enhance the unique character of that area. This project degrades and destroys the unique character. Why? Because the builder decided, instead of building the usually 1 and 2 bedrooms that are standard in our area, 3 and 4 bedrooms, because they anticipate filling them with students in a warehouse fashion, 2 per bedroom. So we have a density on the building of 6 per apartment. And the Westwood Community Plan speaks of 1.92 per apartment. This is so way out of scale with what should be built in the area that it is totally incomprehensible for me that this could be a mitigated negative declaration. These are significant impacts of a large scale. It's largely underparked. It's largely over-occupied. It creates traffic additional because the parking the parking that's not there, they have to look on the street, and that is what is known as the expert of cruising for parking. I've done that for an hour looking for a parking place sometimes. So this is a significant impact. The MND doesn't reflect that. The planning department wants to brush it under the carpet, all these considerations they say don't exist. and it needs a full EIR.
Thank you. Mr. Reyes, followed by Mr. Koretz.
Thank you, Council President. Colleagues, this project did go through Community Planning Commission. It did go through our Plum Committee yesterday. I thank Councilmember Krikorian and Huizar for being there and analyzing this project. To the credit of Councilmember Koretz's office, this project actually was downscaled. They lopped off a whole level, a whole story on this project. They were able to provide affordable housing, 2 units in this facility. It's near the university. It complies with all the regulatory issues. The M&D essentially addresses many of the concerns, and I would ask for an aye vote. I want to thank and congratulate Councilman Koretz for their due diligence in assessing the impact, looking at it to the degree that they could lower its presence in the area by making the necessary changes. So we granted in part and denied in part the appeal. Thank you.
Mr. Koretz, our final speaker on the queue.
Thank you, colleagues. This isn't a project that I'm totally happy with or super supportive of, but that's not what's before the council. What's before the council is the MMD, and there's nothing to indicate that it's invalid or that an EIR would be required for an apartment building on a development site surrounded by apartments and condominiums. This developer has worked with us. They have scaled the project back. They took a floor off. They removed 2 units, resulting in more parking per unit. I mean, there are things that I would like to be more perfect. I wish that our density bonus worked differently and that the specific plan had been updated and that state law didn't overrule us on some points, but none of those are the reality. The reality is our city planning department and our city attorney and others have looked at this and found that the mitigated negative declaration is fine, and I believe we have to follow their expertise, and so I ask for an aye vote.
Thank you. This matter is now before us, colleagues. Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item, please.
That brings us to item 39, called special for cards.
Number 39, Arnold Sachs. Arnold Sachs is not in chambers. Wayne Spindler.
Oh, somebody left their glasses.
Mr. Spindler, I've been informed your time is up. Your time is up, sir. You've exceeded your allotted time for today, so you can't speak anymore today. Thank you.
The motion is to receive and file is what's before us.
And on this matter, the motion is to receive and file. To receive and file, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Next item, please.
Mr. President, before going into the closed session for item number 56, would you like to take up the special 1 or special 2?
Well, let's...
Actually, Mr. President, the closed session item number 56, if council does not wish to go into closed session on that one, I could state what the recommendation is, and then council can vote on that in open session.
And there is a card on Mr. Walsh who's not here. Go ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
Okay. The recommendation before council is to direct the city attorney, 1, not to appeal the judgment in the first instance, and 2, to accept the offer from Westpac Pipelines Los Angeles, LLC, with regard to indemnity.
Colleagues, on the item, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Very well. Let's go into the special now.
No, it's not a special, it's a regular meeting, but it's special.
Well, special...
We have special item number 1, sir.
Right. I didn't mean a special mean a special item. Number 1 and then number 2.
Okay. Mr. President, since the posting of today's agenda, the LAPD requested that council reaffirm a reward offer for information leading to the arrest of the suspect responsible for the death of Jose Ramiro Garcia. Immediate action is required for the safety of the community. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
On the findings, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
On the matter, Mr. City Attorney? Mr. Parks? Special one, Mr. Parks?
That's it.
We've approved the necessity now, Mr. Parks.
LAPD for a reward motion of renewal, and we'd ask for the public assistance in addressing a case that happened, let me get it straight here. On November the 8th, 2006, at 5 p.m., a 19-year-old Jose Garcia was fatally shot in front of 2929 Palm Grove, South Los Angeles. Mr. Garcia was sitting in his vehicle. Unknown suspects exited their vehicle, approached him, and shot him. The LAPD has asked for us to renew this reward, and we'd ask the public, if anyone has any information, to contact Detective Young Mung, Criminal Gang Homicide Division at 77th Division, number 213-485-1383, and we'd ask for an aye vote on a $50,000 reward.
On that matter, colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
All right, special number 2. Mr. City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll recite the facts as presented to me by the maker of the motion for the council's consideration of the adequacy of the findings. Just this morning, the Housing Department conveyed to the HCED committee that it had learned from the contractor that a contract extension and additional funding is required to complete an RSO study which incorporates mobile home parks into the study. Immediate action is required due to the contract's expiration in January. Council must first make findings pursuant to Government Code Section 54954.2 before considering the substantive motion.
Open the roll, close the roll, tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Mr. Wesson, special 2?
It's just a simple adjustment, $25,000 to extend the study where it relates to mobile homes. I'd ask for aye vote.
Very well, Mr. Wesson, thank you. Colleagues, open the roll, close the roll, and tabulate the vote.
10 ayes.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk?
Mr. President, council has motions for posting and referral.
Post and referred?
The desk is clear.
And everything today will be forthwith?
Yes, sir.
Announcements, colleagues? Announcements. Ms. Hahn, announcements?
No, I have an adjourning.
No announcements from anyone? Okay, we will do adjourning motions. Please stand for adjourning motions. Everyone please stand. Ms. Hahn, adjourning motions.
Thank you, colleagues. I want to mention that the family of the adjourning motion that I'm going to be doing is here in the audience. Kara was the wife of the person that we're going to be adjourning in memory of. I'd like us to adjourn today in the memory of Richard Gene Osorio, who passed away peacefully at his Berkeley home with his wife, daughter, and friends at his side on November 12th. He was born in Bakersfield to John and Angela Osorio. Richard had a rich and varied life. He was an avid salsa, tango, swing dancer, and he and his wife, Kara, danced through life and traveled extensively around the world. He grew up in Alameda and attended UC Berkeley, where he played football. He was a Marine during the Korean War, graduated from UCLA, and was in the MBA program at Harvard before deciding to work in theater. During the 60s and early 70s in New York, he worked as a general manager for 16 Broadway shows, including the original Broadway Hair, as well as the Los Angeles, San Francisco, Las Vegas, Chicago, and Toronto productions, and was the executive producer of Hair in Buenos Aires, Argentina. Theater continued to be a passion throughout his life, and although he changed careers midstream, he planned to return to producing plays early next year. For over 24 years, Richard was a children's librarian at the Hayward Public Library, and before that at the Alameda County Library, taking a 5-year break to travel to India. He was an accomplished storyteller and magician and enthralled thousands of children of all ages throughout the years. Recently, the City of Hayward awarded Richard the Heart of Service Award for his exemplary service to the residents of Hayward and to his colleagues. Richard was a lifelong progressive activist, boycotting grapes with Cesar Chavez, marching for civil rights in Selma, Alabama, and against the Vietnam War in New York and Washington, D.C. He was always in touch with his representatives to support or oppose issues for which he was passionate. During his bi-weekly visits to Los Angeles, he was an active member of the West LA Democratic Club, of which his wife, Robin, is the president. He's survived by his wife and love of his life, Kara, his daughter, Miranda Robin Thurmer, brother, George, mother-in-law, June Gertz, brother-in-law, Howard Gertz, sister-in-law, Judy Gertz, nephews, Chris, Mark, Gregory, Matthew, and David Osorio, and Robert Gertz, and niece, Mary Osorio. A celebration of his life is planned in early spring, and we offer our condolences. Kara has been an important part of Democratic politics, really in certainly the Los Angeles area, Southern California. She's known far and wide. She's a friend of Democrats and believes so much in helping to elect good people to office. I've been honored to be her friend, and we wish you our sincere condolences. But it sounds like Richard lived a fabulous, fabulous life.
Ms. Hahn, all members on the adjourning motion, all members on that adjourning motion.
Thank you.
Mr. Weezer?
Thank you. Our condolences to Richard. Thank you very much. And colleagues, I also ask that we adjourn the memory of my childhood friend's mother and the best man at my wedding. He's been a very, very good friend of mine. I was saddened to hear about his mother's passing, someone who I got to know while I was growing up and looked out for both of us as we ran the streets of Bow Heights in East L.A. Lucy Delgado was born April 14th, 1951, passed away Monday, November 8th at 2010 after a summer spent battling complications due to diabetes and a stroke she suffered last year in October. She was born in El Paso, Texas, and later moved to Los Angeles at the age of 5. At age 12, she battled tuberculosis for over a year and survived this infectious disease. She attended Woodrow Wilson High School at its former location on Eastern Avenue, which is presently El Sereno Middle School. She later married Adalberto Arteaga in 1968 and raised 3 children, Alberto, Patricia, and Carlos. She loved to spend time with her grandchildren. The catchphrase, "Love you first, said it first," became a personal endearment amongst them. Her grandchildren will miss her dearly and will always have a special place in their hearts. She loved life. She seemed to have found her calling when she began working as a concessionaire at Dodger Stadium. It was there that she met so many people and quickly formed close bonds with co-workers and fans alike. Lucy is survived by her children Alberto Arteaga, Patricia Busby, and Carlos Arteaga, daughter-in-law Patricia Arteaga, son-in-law Mark Busby, and 10 grandchildren. May she rest in peace.
Colleagues, see no other adjourning motions today. This concludes this meeting of the Los Angeles City Council. We'll return on Friday for our final meeting this calendar year. Everyone have a lovely evening. It is a little after 5 p.m. Good afternoon.